Thank you for being here today with us. Now it's time to begin our first economic panel of the forum. As I mentioned before, it will be focused primarily on the vision for economic reintegration of Crimea. I would like to present our judges for the panel. Please welcome Valery Shemshur, Enterprise Europe Network expert and associate professor of Institute of International Relations, Tabachna National University of Kiev, as well as Vlad Davidov, advisor to the member of Ukrainian Parliament and chairman of the Economic Development Committee at Talucha. So, Mr. Namanyuk, the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello to everyone. Nice to meet you here. And in order to make a long story short, I would like only to remind you that please, first of all, be short because you will have only 5-7 minutes for your speech and then 5-7 minutes for questions and answers. Yes. So be short, but be convincing. And I would like to answer steering committee or organizing committee. So what's the order of the speakers? Maxim, Zlata, and Antonio, or something.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so colleagues, so I invite for the first speech Hrushchenko Maxim. So Tabachna Zlata, be ready, and then Tumollo Antonio will be the set speaker. Okay, so please, Maxim. So you have 5-7 minutes, not more.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My topic is which competition will Ukraine and Crimea have and which industries will particularly worth investing in. So, Crimea has always been a strategically important area for all political circle of Ukraine because it gives essential advantages to our economy. The warm climate allows us to engage in activities not inherent to this region, like fishing or cultivation of heat-loving plants. The competitive advantages of most products made in Crimea will depend on the following factors: restructuring of all enterprises and building new enterprises, introducing energy-saving technologies, resuming transit opportunities like roads or trade ports, can build water sources and on the peninsula because water is a deficit resource in Crimea, cleaning the Black Sea of anthropological pollution, improving logistic centers, and investing in Crimea by the Ukrainian government. If we simulate the situation that we will return the Crimea in 1-2 years, we will acquire several benefits. First, the absolute majority of states over the world recognize Crimea as Ukrainian territory by international law. It certainly makes investing and economic activities more easier. Second, Kiev gains prestige and makes in some way PR campaigns to this region. Turkey is interested in Crimea development and economic expansions. Next, we regain control of the southern oil and gas region because in the territorial water of Crimea we have oil and gas. Next, the farm climate allows doing not typical activity for Ukraine. Next, we can develop green energy like solar energy, wind energy, or hydropower plants. Seventh, the government can implement international projects by another states, transnational corporation, international organizations, non-governmental international organizations. And at the end, the return of Crimea gives us more transit and trade opportunities with other states in Black Sea region like Turkey or Bulgaria or Romania and another, etc. So, among drawbacks we can face after the return of Crimea can be the big power of population on Crimea, are separatists in some way. The ecological situation is worth saying, and we have problems with logistics. For occupants abandoned irrigation system for years. This system is needed to development sustainably agri sector of our economy. And last, the global climate change leads to drought because we have not a lot water in Crimea. This will be this can seriously damage ecosystem and economic activities. So below, I point out industries that need more attention and money from the government. First is logistics and transportation. We can use Crimean trade ports like alternatives to the analogical ports in Odessa. Second, the chemical industry. Before the occupation, Crimea had many chemical enterprises, among which were the largest factory, the Crimean soda factory, Ukrainian chemical products. Unfortunately, oligarchs control most of these enterprises and technologies are not so eco-friendly there. Third, this is farming. First of all, we are talking about growing such cultures as cotton, flax, and
Maxim, sorry to interrupt you. Okay, so I think that everybody saw your essay, yeah, and have had the possibility to look through it. So I would like to ask you some questions, yeah, and maybe to spend time and to understand or to see your understanding of the subject. Okay, so first of all, let's assume that we have already occupied Crimea. So what key economic challenges we can face after that, in your opinion?
After return, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's, I think it will be some very big problem, but I think we can resolve it by investing this by Ukrainian government. And we have problems with all infrastructure in Crimean region. We can problems with how I say it, occupants abandoned irrigation system. We can maintain some way tourism, but tourism in a long perspective cannot be developed because uncertain security situation in Black Sea region. So I think in first we must focus on agriculture sectors or sectors for that maintain in some way our security, like chemical factories, or we can use agriculture to make some textile for Ukrainian army, because the amount of clothes, military clothes, will be high and stable.
Okay, thank you. I mean, maybe not like main text, but like issues, like problems maybe you or Crimea will face after the occupation. Yeah, I would like to answer the question concerning the questions from other people here. Yes, of course you can ask as well. So next question, if you don't mind, it concerns the situation with the, let's say, attitude of the people from the Crimea Peninsula, because you mentioned they are not very friendly to Ukrainian state. Yeah. So, what is your way how we can solve this point?
about reintegration population in Crimea in Ukrainian culture. Yeah. Oh, it's complex question, and I have to answer this question by complex. So many people's, many big part of population are separatists, yeah, and we can use we have to see on problem realistically and look at the source of the problem. One of the problems is the big part of population in Crimea is Russian, or people that identify himself like Russian. So we have to popularize Ukrainian culture. Not culture from the past, but culture, today culture. Like music, cinema, films, books, and many more.
Okay, thank you. So maybe Vlad has questions as well.
Thank you. I would like to ask you maybe to go a little bit deeper. You mentioned that one of the options is the investment by the Ukrainian government. So I would like just to ask you to go a little bit deeper, maybe explain the different policy options, how Ukrainian government can choose the right sector, because we can easily understand that we have right now a huge deficit of the state budget, so we cannot focus both on energy sector, logistics, tourism, and so on. Maybe you can explain it a little bit better.
So yeah, we have deficit in budget, and before reintegration of economies of Crimea, we have to integrate economies of Western or Central region of Ukraine in European Union economy, European economic zone, and we receive finance by different sources from UA, from USA, from Canada, from our budget. If we will have big budget, positive. And when we have in continental part of Ukraine sustainable economy, we can start reintegration of Crimea, economy reintegration of Crimea by our hands, I think.
Okay, and just a short question. You've also mentioned that, for example, countries like Turkey interested in development of the Crimea. So maybe you can point out just several, foreign trade tools, how to attract foreign investments to the region, maybe some specific economic zones, different forms of cooperation, and so on.
Probably no. Before war, we accepted the trade we did trading between Kiev and Ankara more easily before the war, yeah. And Turkey, in some way, interested in Crimea by historical and cultural past, and because this was part of Ottoman Empire. So we can use Turkey and Turkey budget and Turkey companies and Turkey resource to practically particularly rebuild the peninsula, but I don't know how we can use in more realistic way by the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have maybe one question from Zlata. So please.
Yes, thank you. So, Maxim, I remember that you've mentioned a problem of water deficit in Crimea. Could you please evaluate a little bit more precise, from your perspective, the situation in Crimea concerning water? Thank you.
Yeah. So, we have big population on peninsula, and we by this we have high and stable demand on water, and we have high and stable demand on water to use in industries, different industries, and when Ukrainian was in Soviet Union, they built a system of channels between from Dnipro to Sevastopol, how I know, and we have problems with this infrastructure of the channels is not good, and we have to make reconstruction of this infrastructure in the future if we want to start economy reintegrations of Crimea, because water is main resource in any economy.
Okay, I think that's enough. So thank you. You used your even 16 minutes for patient questions. So thank you very much. Okay, so next speaker, Zlata. So please, your 5-7 minutes for yours.
Okay. After 8 years of occupation, Crimea was transformed into an isolated militarized region reoriented to Russia to satisfy its economic needs. So our main task is to reintegrate Crimea into the Ukrainian and global economic areas. And the main priorities are logistics and transportation links, military aspect, energy resources, agricultural and tourist attraction, as well as digitalization. Firstly, we must reintegrate Crimea with all 24 regions of Ukraine, as well as the whole world, meaning the West and the southern countries, for instance, Turkey and Georgia. Our priority is to improve Crimean transportation links, link Crimea to the TEN-T European road system, as well as consider past mistakes, including remaining corruption, the awful state of roads which led to isolated towns, etc. Next point is the process of restarting shipping, commercial, touristic sea roads from the 5 main ports of the peninsula in Yevpatoria, Sevastopol, Yalta, Kerch, and Feodosia that we must reintegrate. Our aim is to demonstrate Crimea is the guarantor of the Black Sea region security, and this priority is predicted to include intensive mine clearance in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, cleaning plastic litter from the coastlines, preserving, reconstructing, destroying heavy industry enterprises and nuclear storage facilities, as well as renovating our shipbuilding potential and cooperation with our allies such as the UK. And finally, the peninsula should become an airline hub with the newly rebuilt and modernized international airport in Simferopol, as well as new airports in other cities, and with Ukrainian and global airlines at work. The next priority is the military aspect, or away from an army base to friendly militarization. As Crimea is the outpost to regional security, its profitable geopolitical location allows control of the situation on the Black and Azov seas. And the friendly militarization concept, unprecedented as it is, should involve the harmonious coexistence of the civil and military components, the strengthening of naval forces in the water of the Black Sea, for instance, in cooperation with Turkey, Georgia, Romania, and the non-harmful maintenance of military objects in the peninsula. Our aim is to find a balance between the comfort of the citizens and the safety of the Black Sea region, and Ukraine can ensure the transparency of such action in Crimea under the regulations of international law. Next, I must stress the energy potential of Crimea. The peninsula has a high chance of becoming a regional hydrocarbon leader exporter, as well as a regional leader in alternative sources of energy production. And I'll talk about that later. Also, a special Crimean government project can be called a paradise of Dionysus, with reference to its ancient Greek roads, linking the spheres of all here tourism, culture, and agriculture. Crimean theater cultural heritage can be used as an economic resource for developing touristic and recreational businesses throughout the year, as well as rebuilding Crimean main landmarks, such as Han's Palace and Bakhchisarai. And Crimea is itself a luxurious brand because the vineyard business can be extremely thriving, as well as seminal and fruit ones. And finally, we've come to digitalization. We should cover the whole territory of Crimea with broadband internet, as well as digitalize the educational processes that will lead to digital transformations, as well as set up a country in a smartphone concept and Starlink internet. I believe that forecasts about the peninsula's post-war healing can be divided into 3 stages, which is stabilization, the beginning of recovery, and rapid growth. And as Ukraine's reconstruction may take approximately 3 to 5 years for each recovery phase, Crimea, if deoccupied through the course of, I can say, 2023-2025, may take nearly 15 years to regain its economic potential in 2040. And also, experts claim that the number of investments needed for the reconstruction can exceed $50 billion. When attracting investors with the uniqueness of Crimea, we should understand that the real pearl of Crimea from an economic perspective is its energy reserves, such as huge deposits of oil and gas. The Ukrainian extractive industry has an imperative need to explore the shelf of the Black and Azov Seas to receive enough materials for the oil refineries, which results in more jobs for Ukrainian and the peoples of the peninsula, as well as fuel supplies for the Ukrainian market. And the most optimal solution to that issue hides in inviting foreign companies to invest in the process and to share the experience with our country. We could develop our ability to produce solar and wind power on the peninsula by installing solar panels on the arid steppes in the north while displacing wind power plants on the coast of the Black and Azov Seas. This way, we would do a significant part of our 30 gigawatts to 2030 project by cooperating with various alternative energy organizations. And overall, the potential of Crimea alone is sufficient to produce more than 40 billion kilowatt per hour of electricity annually. Also, Crimea is a great place for a transport hub in terms of cooperation between the Organization of Black Sea Economic Cooperation, without Russian membership, of course, and the EU. And the project for this idea could be linking Turkish coasts and Baltic countries or the Black and Mediterranean seas, etc., with a giant motorway project, as Turkey did in 2016, and with no amendments to the ecological documents, as Crimea is home to a plethora of flora and fauna representatives. To accelerate the economic growth of the peninsula, we will require the usage of economic instruments. And the ones that I find the most useful are economic instruments for water policies, such as environmental taxes for the use of groundwater, virtual markets for the effective allocation of water resources, payments for ecosystem service, etc. We could buy war bonds to invest in our army and to ask for the International Monetary Fund, UNESCO, the World Bank, and other institutions to foster the projects concerning the peninsula. And lastly, the list of solutions to Crimea reintegration into the Ukrainian economy is expanding because data is being gathered from a relatively small pool of resources. And to restore full-fledged water supplies to Crimea and to reintegrate it into the Ukrainian economy, the North Crimean Canal needs to be renovated, purified, and equipped with new tubes. Also, we have to modernize the water supply techniques. We can construct centralized sewerage in the Crimean villages and towns to stop dumping waste directly into the rivers and seas, conduct reforestation works on the territory, and cultivate plants.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that everybody noticed that you have prepared a great speech. So I have 2 questions because unfortunately we're short on time. Yeah. So first of all, how do you think, is it possible to speak about, for example, attracted on foreign investments into the Crimean economy without solving the, let's say, security issues? I mean, in security issues corresponding like with the existence maybe of the Russian state near the borders. It's the first question. And the second question, so I noticed you mentioned taxes on some resources. Do you really think that taxes will help to attract foreign investments necessary for the rebuilding of this deoccupied economy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, answering to your first question, we have to understand that Crimean Tatars that are anyway returning to our country, whether or not Russian aggression is there when Crimea is deoccupied, of course, we will need to supply them with jobs. We will provide we should, of course, provide security for them, but I believe that foreign investments should be provided right after the Black Sea, I believe, Chernomorski port.
Black Sea port. Yes.
Yes. After Russian army is gone completely from the territory of Crimea. Also, we should understand that nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons that are on the territory of Crimea should be elucidated from the territory. So I believe that foreign investments can a little bit wait with that, and we should understand that Crimea is completely safe for the infrastructural buildings, for the new, of course, for the same Russians that need to be deported from the territory of Crimea, because we have to deport it.
Okay. And the second question. Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
And the second question, you mentioned the taxes for the ecological, for the usage of groundwater. I believe that my point was these taxes were, first of all, for the Ukrainians that had to establish their businesses, their ecological businesses on the peninsula, because we have to create a new document, a new resolution concerning the ecological buildings and so on. We also I believe that taxes is a common thing in the West.
Yeah, okay, I understand your point. So, okay, maybe Vlad, Antonio, Maxim. So maybe other questions from you? No?
Oh, excuse me. It was not me that I raised the hand. There is a raised hand with my name. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Maybe somebody else would like to put questions.
I'm terribly sorry. Probably I'm also named as Zlata Tabachna, but I'm young Erl-Ruzytsky. I'm a participant. May I put the question to the fellow representative?
Okay, but yeah.
Probably extremely short. Okay. What's the way to find a golden balance between security maintenance, as you mentioned, friendly militarization, and citizens' comfort in Crimea?
Okay, thank you. That was also the question that was produced, that was mentioned last Thursday. And I believe that Mr. Milovanov mentioned the idea of displacing, for instance, artillery in Yalta, as it has to be, well, the main city that guarantees the Black Sea region security. We should conserve, as I've mentioned, or completely elucidate all the heavy industries that had many military bases on them, as well as those two. As far as I'm concerned, they are in the Black Sea. Well, two Vyshky Boyka. They are also two military bases that need to be destroyed, I believe,
okay.
or had to be.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we're short on time. Vlad, maybe you have any questions or no?
Yeah, thank you. Just a short question. first of all, thank you for such a comprehensive work. But at the beginning, you've mentioned that we need to connect Crimea with other regions of Ukraine. But you also mentioned the main challenge right now, logistic one. So I would like to ask you, just in case of your idea that ports can be used as a good tool to develop Crimea and so on, what are the next steps towards infrastructure of the Crimea? So how to really connect both economic and transportation sector of the Crimea?
For that question, I would like to mention the initiative of the president of Ukraine that was started in 2020, the great building, I believe. And the main point that I wanted to stress on is the roads, because there are highways that were built in 2013. There were, I think, 5 of them, and they were connecting Kerch, Yalta, Feodosia with Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, and other big cities of Ukraine. But I believe that we have to rebuild them at first, so that the transport could at least arrive with the humanitarian assistance for the Crimean Tatars and the other assistance that will be needed, and also with materials for the infrastructural building.
Okay, so thank you. Everything is clear. So thank you for your speech and your answers. Okay, and our third participant today, Antonio Tumollo. Yes, so please.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. And I prepared a really short presentation. If I can share the screen.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Sorry, Antonio, we have presentations only if you show images or schemes. So if there are some text-based slides, then better to do away without them and proceed just by speaking.
Okay, so I'm best speaking. Okay, thank you. So my work is based on 3 bases for my vision for economic reintegration of Crimea, which are 3 bases. One, which is raw materials. The second is highly specialized cultivation, and the third one, which is tourism. The first one is limited because Crimea has not a really large area, so raw materials are highly limited. The most important are soybean and corn. So I think that maybe for economic rebuilding, basing your economic rebuilding on limited raw materials could be a problem. And so I think that the most important things are highly specialized cultivation. The most important is viticulture and all economic activities resulting from that. Because with this sectorial economic field, you can create an economic environment that can evolve during time. The third one is tourism, the third base of my hypothetical solution. Tourism is really important because Crimea, thanks to its favorable weather and natural and historical landscapes, has a huge touristic potential that can work as an engine of economic rebuilding of Crimea if it's exploited well. But what does it mean, exploit tourism industry? It means that to develop a good tourism industry, Crimea must create appropriate infrastructures and that are able to receive a huge number of foreign tourists, especially European tourists, and this can attract foreign investment in the zone that can also surely ameliorate the quality of life and quality of economy. Also, we have these 3 bases, but also 2 other aspects that we have to consider. the two situations that must be solved. The first is the annexation of Crimea with Ukraine and the end of the current conflict, and the second one is the Ukraine's accession to the EU. Why this is important? We know that on the 23rd of June 2022, the European Council decided to grant candidate country status to Ukraine, which is the first step to an hypothetical integration of Ukraine into the EU. We know also that from 2009, Ukraine is part of Eastern Partnership, which is a program of the European Union, and from 2016 and 17, Ukraine has signed the association agreement and the deep and comprehensive free trade area agreement with the European Union. But what type of advantages can the access with Ukraine, and logically Crimea, with Ukraine, what type of advantages there will be in case of EU membership? The inclusion of Crimea and Ukraine in the European single market, which is really important to development of a strong economy. The inclusion of Crimea in the European touristic flows. So talking about tourism as before, it's really important to have a huge number of foreign tourists, the rise of foreign investment in Crimea, the large number of European funds to develop modern green infrastructures and also for digitalization, and the better value for Crimean products. In my essay, I have noticed an example for wine, because we have seen that Crimean economy could be based on viticulture and agri specialized cultures. And with the European Union, the wines can be denominated with some important symbols, which are PDO and PCI, which can augment the value of the product, and in this case, augment also the income of this product trade and this product industry. And for conclusion, I think that we have seen these three foundations on which to base the process of economic reintegration of a rebuilding of Crimea. So limited raw materials, highly specialized cultures, cultivations, and tourism. We've also seen the two complex situations to solve, which are the end of the current conflict and possible membership of Ukraine into the EU. And we are seeing the strengths and weaknesses of Crimean economic potential. For this reason, we can list 5 current priorities for Ukraine and Crimea. Which are end of the conflict, reunification with Crimea, of Ukraine with Crimea, EU membership, economic reintegration with Crimea, and general economic growth. So this is
okay. So thank you for your presentation, for your speech. I have 2 questions. So very quickly. So first one. So how do you think? In what way is it possible to help Ukraine to reintegrate Crimea after the occupation? Yeah, in the context of membership in the European Union. I mean, structural funds, maybe some others, policy means, and so on. Like from point of view, like from your native country. This is the first one. And the second one, concerning tourism sector in Crimea, do you really believe that Crimea can be like interesting for the foreign visitors after the war?
So I start with the answer for the first question. So the membership of Ukraine into the EU, I think that is possible because the EU is already part of Eastern Partnership. And the development of this trade has been possible because Ukraine has respected all the tasks that EU give to Ukraine. For example, kind of reforms for administrations, for economic environment. And the membership of EU can permit a better evolution of these processes that I think that are already started. Maybe with the membership of the EU, this evolution will grow exponentially. But
Antonio, first of all, I mean financial support, because we understand that after the war, so it will be almost unnecessary to finance, for example, the rebuild and reconstruction, yeah, with only with the help of Ukrainian budget.
Yeah, and for in this part, I think that Ukraine should also consider. We are talking about Crimean economic rebuilding, but also a general economic rebuilding could permit to have more funds and to have more investments, and this could be helped by the EU membership. That with the programs of EU in sectoral programs, it's a really important help in this case.
Okay, and the second question concerning the attractiveness for foreign visitors after the war, for example.
Sorry,
and the second question.
Yeah. About tourism potential. Well, I'm from Italy, and I can say that Crimea is really similar as weather and sometimes also historical as Italy. So I think that a good exploitment of Crimean touristic potential could permit Crimea to stay in to be popular among the principal European touristic flows, and to be so popular that some European tourists can choose Crimea instead of historically popular.
Antonio, sorry for interrupting you, but unfortunately we have only 1 minute. Maybe Vlad have a question or Zlata, so please. I don't know.
Only 1 minute.
Yeah, so because I was...
Okay, really short question. So Crimea and Italy are similar. So we know that there are differences between different parts of Italy as well. So the similar question, how to connect Crimea to the other regions of Ukraine? How to boost not only tourism, but other sectors of economy in different areas of Crimea also?
Yeah, working, I think that it could be possible working in a sectoral way. I think that economic development in Crimea could be based on some sector, not all sector. And this sector should be the sector that where Crimea is one of the best in region in Ukraine, for example, tourism, for example, trade by sea, due to its strategic position. So I think that working sectorally and not generally on all the aspects of the economy, this is the only way to rebuild Crimean economy.
Okay, so
sectoral investments, sectoral politics for parts of the economy which are strong in Crimea, such as tourism, as we said before.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. So we're strict on time. So thank you for your attendance, for your speeches, for your activities. So it was interesting to hear, in some cases, new ideas about the possible ways of reintegration, particularly economic reintegration. So thank you one more time, and one minute more we used. So sorry for that.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, so dear speakers and judges, thank you for having such a productive discussion today. I'm appealing to our judges. Please send your score sheets to the organizers of the forum. And I remind you that the results and the winner of the economic panel will be announced tomorrow. And we're beginning our second panel.
Yeah, so thank you then. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our second panel will be dedicated to the so-called crisis management. In this panel, we have united a few important issues, consequences, negative consequences of the occupation of Crimea, including demographics, propaganda, and the environment. And today we are honored to represent and to welcome our honorary judges. First, I would like to introduce Bohdan Veselovsky. He's the secretary of the Interfraction Assembly Crimea platform. He's responsible for international affairs in this organization in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and he is also a PhD student in the Institute of International Relations. Bohdan, welcome.
Dear participants, hello. Yeah, I'm grateful to Eric for introducing me, I would like to speak congratulations to this forum, to this discussion, and I would like to wish a fruitful discussion, and I remind Olympic the Olympic words. The main thing is participation, but not victory. But the victory is better. Let's start our discussion, and Eric, your floor to present the first participant.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Olympic words were exactly the right moment and the right reminder now. But before presenting the first speaker, I would like also to present our second judge, Anna Lukasevich. She's the chief consultant of the Crimea Platform Department of the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. So Anna, welcome.
Hi, it's really great pleasure to be here and listen I hope that we have a great discussion with great speech. So I'm excited about this discussion. And of course, I want to say thanks to organizers and participants for your work. So hope for fruitful discussion, as say previously Bohdan.
Anna, would you introduce the first speaker?
Yes, of course. So our first speaker is Bilyk Vladyslav. So Mr. Bilyk, the floor is yours. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for giving me today's opportunity to share my ideas. And let's jump into it right away. So how do we handle unlawfully transferred people? My short answer would be to implement a couple of basic steps. First, make war criminals and collaborators responsible for their actions. In this way, we'll represent the return of the rule of law. Second, we should not kick everyone out. And instead of deporting people by passport, we should make everyone who came to Crimea after 2014 lawfully illegal and make them either leave the country within a definite amount of days or go to the current authorities and legalize their presence. Another action would be to create filtration measures to regain control. This could be done in a couple of ways, depending on further research and cooperation with our SSU. We should create a separate commission to handle the question quickly and effectively for years to come. The commission would be responsible for a couple of things. Make every citizen report in a unified form to local authorities about their actions, experience, and any noticed violation of Ukrainian law during the 8 years of war. And not only, actually. Create an institution that would investigate and bring to court any unlawful act against Ukrainian sovereignty before and after annexation. No matter which set of methods one chooses, it is vital to emphasize that each person during the deoccupation measures should be treated without violating human dignity or breaking the law. This relates primarily to official authorities like the Ukrainian police. Now about repatriation. So Crimea could be a territory that lost about a quarter of its population and will need new human resources to fill job gaps and revitalize the economy. Not to speak about the cultural decline since 2014. Long story short, repatriation is generally a good idea. Also, let's regard the experience of Israel. The biggest Jewish immigrant wave happened right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. That's why Ukraine should be attentive to this aspect after regaining its territory, because geopolitical changes influence this question drastically. So, how should we act? At the most basic level, we should use the law of return. Israel has accepted Egyptian asylum seekers even during the war. We should learn from history and show similar behavior. We should accept Russian people of Crimean Tatar descent seeking asylum, and not only. There is also a catastrophically huge issue regarding the illegal deportation of Ukrainians, especially children, during the war. This is also one solution to the issue. Then, talking about propaganda and voting rights. Generally, a total cure for propaganda currently doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean we can't take measures against it. Right after deoccupation, we should implement the filtration steps I talked about earlier. And after that, another phase in deoccupation policies would begin. There should be explicit attention to voting. Correct voting conditions, including fairness, should be provided. But to be able to vote, one should legalize his or her presence. So what about voting rights? Should Russians be able to vote? Wouldn't they just outvote Ukrainian policies or create a legal revolt? Because of this probable danger, it may be reasonable to restrict them at least before and during filtration. No illegal person should be able to participate. Now about brainwashing. For more than 8 years in a row, Russian propaganda has influenced and brainwashed many citizens, creating thought-out illusions. How does one fight propaganda? Probably not with counter-propaganda. It is unethical and, in case of failure, confuses the minds of millions, even more than before. Instead of implying to know the truth, we should debunk disinformation step by step, day after day. Now I'll share some ideas which illustrate the direction in which our media and government could work. First would be to create a platform for experts and public intellectuals to discuss the most famous propaganda points and debunk them. Share real stories about people revealing disinformation, where ordinary people talk about their findings and how they experience revelation. Then protect free speech and always let people talk. Like in my first point, let them join public discussions. Create free media literacy courses for the population. For example, it may be effective in India. So generally, thinking critically is hard. This is one of the reasons why propaganda works. If we get used to thinking, we may have avoided many issues faced. Talking about the environment, to cope with the consequences properly, we need to win the war, obviously. The latest Sustainable Development Project with the United Nations has been terminated due to the Russian invasion. Let's talk about freed Crimea. We should identify and make Russia responsible for ecological crimes. I want to emphasize that these crimes should not be put on a distant shelf. And furthermore, even though it is not possible to reverse the damage taken, Ukraine can and should take action. What kind of action? New norms and policies on pollution control. For example, integrating a moratorium on hunting to return lands to sustainable development, which has been shown highly effective on Israel's experience. Create national parks and reserves, ban smoking in protected forests, and so on. Let's remember that Israel is a territory that is mostly deserted with minimal resources, and Ukraine is blooming and resource rich. I believe that if we get the right experts and control the recovery of our ecology, we can revive something that's very precious to us. I appreciate your attention. Thank you very much.
So thank you for your speech. And we have the first question, and I also want to ask one question. We have some time limit, so you need to ask very quickly and answer very quickly. So my question was about this special platform for public intellectuals, where people can communicate about some issues, very like high topics. So frankly speaking, Ukrainian society have this platform, like not only one, it's a few platform with different kind of participants. To this platform also, this platform consists from intellectuals like philosophers, writers, and many other people. So frankly speaking, we have this platform, but it's also like some special social Bible. It's not so common for for people who don't want to listen, some intellectuals. Maybe you know some way how this thought from intellectuals can come to people who not in this social bubble.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for the question. That is an important topic. I think that if we create any platform, we need to regard its audience. And while we create something that is targeted, we should account at the format, the language, the people who talk about it. And for example, you won't give tough academic material to children. And just like that, you won't give radical Western Ukraine thoughts and views to a newly deoccupied territory. And I think that if we take into account our auditory and look with who we work, who is our listener, then that platform will at least have much less problems and much of a higher view count than any platform that we have now. And also located in Crimea, I think that would also change many things, because it is really hard to target radical Eastern Ukraine when Ukraine isn't there, partially. Metaphorically, not like it isn't part of Ukraine, but still it is very tough to work with the auditorium that's on occupied territories.
Okay, thank you. So the question, Yan, you can ask.
Yes, thank you, Vladyslav. I will be short. According to your ideas, how is it possible to combine repatriation process with the process of legalizing the Russian citizens that were unlawfully transferred here in 2014?
Mm-hmm. So how does those two policies play with each other?
Yes, correlate. Yes.
Okay. So I currently don't see a dissonance in repatriation of Russians of Crimea and Tatar descent, because as I've said about my first proposition to deal with the unlawfully transferred, each would be recounted in a way. If you listen carefully, I meant that after the deoccupation, we have a filtration measure that requires each citizen, not only people who just want to come to Ukraine from Russia from recent changes in geopolitics, but also those who are in Ukraine at the moment, in Crimea. So I think that those two policies won't be in conflict, because each of them is ruled by law strictly, and each of them would take precise legal action, and each citizen that comes into the country is also like accounted for, like precisely and specifically. I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure if we had a connection here, but let me know. If not, then we can discuss that after the Q&A.
Okay, thanks, guys. And now question from Bohdan.
Thank you, Anna. Vladyslav, let's suppose you are leading your president, our delegation at the Parliamentary Summit of Crimean Platform. You are asked questions about your position on whether the Russian minority, which meets all the characteristics of a national minority, and we live compactly in Crimea, can enjoy all the advantages of the status of national community. Can we allow this?
Thank you for your question. That is a very complicated, I think, question, because it's controversial. But still, I have thoughts on this. I think that a state that has been recently deoccupied can't have physically, how do you name it? if you deoccupy a state, you can deal with each citizen the same, but not from the law enforcement and the state as officials. So what I mean by that is that after we deoccupy, we don't, for example, we implement those filtration measures that make each citizen legalized, also the minorities, including them. So each of them would be a legal citizen who did account and didn't do war crimes against Ukraine. And a big part of those citizens would actually leave the country. And with the minorities, could you repeat, please, your exact, what did you, if I understood you correctly, does the Russian minority have the same rights as Ukrainians, right?
Have the same rights with other national minorities and enjoy all advantages of national minority, including in the future law on national community, on national minority.
The future law on national minority. Okay, I must say that I'm not familiar with the future law of national minority. I may investigate that after the panel. But I think that human rights, even though, generally speaking, even though this may be a nationality of our enemy country, where we just deoccupied the territory, should still be accounted with and not broken, that people should be treated with dignity. And no matter what, we shouldn't do crimes against humanity, even though this was our territory, they attacked us. I think that this is a specific thing we need to remember whenever we talk about Russians as a minority or account for rights after we deoccupy the territory. I'm not sure, maybe you have some more specific questions regarding the exact rights you meant, and I may account for them and answer them too.
Sorry for interruption. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for this long discussion, so maybe later you have possibility to communicate about this question. So thanks a lot, Vladyslav, for your presentation, for your essay. It's really great to read so great essay. Thank you. So, and the next speaker is Erl-Ruzytsky Yan. So you are welcome, please. And
Thank you.
Sorry, remember that you have 5 minutes for your speech.
Okay. Distinguished guests, members of jury, experts, participants. In my opinion, the post-occupation crisis-solving strategy must be based upon 3 major pillars: justice, identity, and international law. The first element is to restore justice in all possible realms, including the resolution of demographic crisis, shaping Crimea's favorable image in international arena, and elimination of other detrimental consequences caused by Russia. The second element is to preserve the Crimean Tatars and other indigenous peoples' identity through multiple projects, both at the state and international levels. Finally, all stages of this strategy must be carried out in a strict accordance with international law to ensure its legitimacy. I would like to mention 3 words which, in my opinion, come to the mind of every Crimean Tatar: Vatan, Koranta, Ev, or motherland, family, and home. These are the key elements of the proposed government program Haytarma, translated as comeback. Its name symbolizes the idea of returning home, which concerns thousands of people that had to leave Crimea. The contemporary demographic situation there is threatening, as since 2014, nearly 30,000 Crimean Tatars have been forced to leave their motherland. Many more face trumped-up charges by the Russian law enforcement agencies, and therefore, we need to bring our people back home. Since complicated processes of repatriation and deportation are closely intertwined, Haytarma needs to be implemented in 3 main stages. As I proposed not just a good-sounding initiative, but a complicated law and bureaucratic mechanism, I will demonstrate the diagram so that you will better understand my ideas. Okay. Zlata, could you please show the diagram on the screen?
Yes, just a second.
Okay, can you see it? Okay, after the liberation of the peninsula, we will have to know the specific details. How many Russian citizens unlawfully settled down there? How many Crimean Tatars have left the peninsula since 2014, and property illegally obtained by Russians? That is required to ensure that the Russian citizens will be successfully deported according to international law, having no right to remain in Ukraine unless they have corresponding permissions. I also must note that the Ukrainian citizens with the imposed Russian passports will not be held accountable. They are victims, not criminals. During the first stage, the Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian fugitives will need to fill in an online application with specific data that you can see on the screen. If they don't have a Ukrainian passport at all, they will later be granted with a citizenship. Besides, the illegally acquired possessions are to be transferred to the entity I proposed in my essay, the Crimea Property Fund. It will categorize any kind of property and infrastructure built on the peninsula after 2014. Civil buildings and estates will later be given to repatriates. In turn, the infrastructural objects will firstly be nationalized and then privatized. Furthermore, those who manage to confirm their property ownership in Crimea will be able to return it. After the occupation, the Russian citizens will have to submit an application in which they will provide the information you also can see on the screen. Then they will have two options. The first is to voluntarily leave Ukraine by booking a flight or using a land corridor to any other country. And the second option is to submit for a political asylum in Ukraine. The only prerequisite for this is the threat of reprisals in Russia. In that case, Russians will need to undergo special examination. And of course, we will not provide an asylum to anyone who threatens our national security. If a person does not manage to complete the requirements on time without valid reasons, the Ukrainian government will forcibly expel him according to international law. Concerning this program, I suggest creating a special governmental body, the State Committee on Repatriation of the Indigenous Peoples of Crimea. This body will review the applications and make sure that everyone returning home will be in comfort. This governmental initiative will also include working proposals, financial support, business grants, education, and psychological assistance. The next initiative I would like to stress on is called Adalet, justice, which in my reckoning needs to be restored on different levels, not only in the judicial sphere. To overcome the political consequences of propaganda, the best decision is to introduce a transitional period, temporarily transmitting a part of power to the central authorities of Ukraine. Alongside, we should form the temporary government that will include various officials and the well-known Crimean Tatar state figures. This is how we'll help Crimeans adapt to the new reality. After some time, the citizens of the peninsula are to be entitled to democratic and genuine elections. As the Constitution of Ukraine guarantees the universal and equal suffrage, we shall not impose any strict limitations on it. During the transitional period, Russian citizens will be legally forced to leave the peninsula. Therefore, the proposed plan is a great compromise between the national security and restoration of democratic principles, as well as the preservation of the constitutional norms. Besides, in the essay, I proposed several ways to tackle the Russian propaganda. In my mind, the first crucial step is to restrict usage of various Russian propaganda mouthpieces. Instead, the government of Ukraine must reopen free and independent mass media oppressed by the occupational administration. Following this initiative, the Crimean Tatar language should be granted a regional status and be allowed in mass media, politics, local government institutions, and education. Apart from that, Ukraine should launch multiple cultural initiatives to promote the public image of the Crimean Tatars nationally and globally. For instance, we can think of international festivals of the Crimean Tatar culture, annual Crimea Platform summits, and gentle info campaigns through mass media and education. On top of that, Ukraine ought to propagate the Crimean Tatar cinematography, painting, music, literature, and other expressions of their national identity. To counter propaganda impacts more deeply, it is pivotal to improve living standards. Here we need to pay significant attention to the rural areas of Crimea. With Russians' low level of recreation culture, the citizens of rural villages and small resorts do not receive enough attention and income due to the lack of attention. This way, the government of Ukraine should encourage national and foreign tourism to a wide array of recreation spots, as well as investments in infrastructure. If we combine Khatarma with counter-propaganda mechanisms and these initiatives, It will improve political opinion and smash the remnants of the Russian propaganda. The final initiative I would like to present is Crimea's environmental recovery program. I named it as Toprak, ground, soil. As it is known, Crimea directly depends on its northern canal, so the water supply through it should be revitalized in compliance with all environmental standards. Moreover, Ukraine is able to buy the water purification equipment in order to completely fill the main reservoirs. Strategically, it will boost the irrigation, improve agricultural conditions, and maintain a stable ecological situation on the peninsula. Apart from that, we must ensure the efficient garbage sorting and ban dump wastes in water, since such actions destroy the ecological systems in entire Azov and Black Seas. Moreover, the encouraged foreign direct investment might be used for revitalization of the middle and large agricultural enterprises, which will become a substantial export source on the worldwide level. Finally, there is the need for the preservation of natural reserves that contain unique agricultural and biological cultures that may later enhance the nature tourism from all over the world. Thank you. I'm open to your questions.
Thanks a lot. So guys, maybe you have some question. Okay, Zlata, please.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question concerning the legal base for your words. You mentioned that the procedure concerning the deportation is based on some documents. Could you name them, please?
Yes, for sure. So that's a very important question because the whole world will watch Crimea and how we will conduct that legal deportation. You know, it's not possible to implement the plan I proposed, Haitarma, without deportation, because the places of the illegally settled Russians, and I would like to remind that as of 2021, nearly from 500,000 to 1 million Russians are illegally settled down in Crimea. So we'll need to fill that phrase according to international law. And that legal conventions include the UN Convention on Torture, which forbids us from expelling citizens of another country if they are sure to face political reprisals in their homeland. Also, there is the 1951 Convention on Refugee, which regulates the process of deportation according to international law. And moreover, we can use the European Union Convention on Human Rights and also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that also somehow regulate that aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bohdan, your question.
Thank you. Yan, thank you for a very interesting speech. Let's imagine that tomorrow Ukraine gets sovereignty over the territory of Crimea, but it does not get sovereignty over people's brains. They hate both Ukraine, which abandoned them, betrayed them, and they hate Russia. What more is needed, carrot or stick, or both carrot and stick? How to make sure that the policy of the brainwashing of the Crimeans does not turn against Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. That's also a controversial one. So first of all, there is no place for stick for any punishment that will concern the Crimeans. As I have mentioned, the best decision will be to introduce a transitional period. During that time, the part of power will be transmitted to the central authorities of Ukraine. It does not mean that we will deprive the citizens of Crimea of the right to vote, the right to express their opinion, etc. But we will ensure that during some period, it may be 1 year, it may be 2 years, 5 years, it will be defined by the Ukrainian government. The citizens of Crimea will receive enough support from the Ukrainian government. They will see, they will consider the situation from the other point of view. They will see that Ukraine is not as bad as it's portrayed by the Russian propaganda mouthpieces. And therefore, they will be able to make their decision based not only on prejudice forced by the Russian propaganda, but from the practical actions they will witness. So we must ensure the correct mass media policy. We must ensure that the citizens of Crimea will get sufficient financial aid, psychological aid, and anything they need to adapt to the new reality. And also, it's haytarma, because when people will go back to their home, when they will see how much support they can get from Ukraine and how much Ukraine expected them to be there, they will see that everything is really better than they expected previously. Thank you.
Okay, Jan, thank you. So first of all, thank you for your essay. It's really great. It was a really big pleasure to read it. Thanks a lot. So, and our next speaker is Kodola Maksym. So you are welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, sorry, I'm not worried. Previous member said many theses that I prepared, so I will cut my speech short. In my opinion, only 2 critical problems in Crimea, while others pale in the background of them, and some will even begin be resolved gradually after the main ones have been resolved. The first and most important is the problem with the Russian occupants, Russian immigrants, and the pro-Russian society in Crimea. According to estimates, a total 3 million people live in Crimea. About 1 million of the Russians, we suppose the 1 million occupied and collaborants have been driven away. Pro-Russian activists and alarmists have fled for persecution. This are 200,000 people, supposedly. It remains 1.7 million cities with the national idea. The Baltic countries developed an effective way of fighting against the Russians' irritants and Homo sapiens, which with help of institution, soft power, and special developer national strategy for nationalization on nation cities. Also, this opposition is possible in Ukraine, but which change in wording, namely to renew the citizenship of those who had until February 2040 year, as well as their descendants. However, all other people have to recognized as occupied and illegal immigrants and should be deported. The next step is conduct a census and investigate the action of every Crimea citizens during the occupation period. Those who will be recognized as unreal should be deprived of Ukrainian citizenship and deported to the Russians and go home Russians. But I must admit I am not the first in the Ukrainians info space to call for such actions and suggest using the expensive of Baltic countries. But you need to understand that life is not a computer strategy and we cannot just take and convert people to right path in moment, because we're talking about established people who have been living under occupation for 8 years and zombified by Russians. Some of them have been zombified since first day Ukrainian independence. Another problem that I put on standard of Ukrainian Crimea is demography. In Ukrainian whole, the demographic situation catastrophic. And the Crimea after the occupation, this problem will be on the same levels as liberated and bloodlines Donbass. In my opinion, solving the problem of demography, it might solve the problem of Crimea with ecology, economy, integration into Ukraine. But again, we rest on the fact that any changes and reforms in migrant police must be carried out with a clear and consensus plan for several generations. And I hope that in a few decades, we will release the Metrodnitsov dream of your little America in Crimea. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So Jan have a question, so you are welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for your speech. And during your presentation, you mentioned a prevailing narrative in our media space, Russians go home. Of course, that's the first thing that many people want right now. But does the Ukrainian government need to ensure the safety of the Russian citizens that will undergo examination and a procedure of deportation to ensure that they will not be hurt by anyone in Crimea after the deoccupation? Thank you.
Sorry, 1 minute, son.
Maxim, do you have some problem with...
Son,
okay.
Sorry, I'm close the window.
Okay.
Yeah. These people not sorry. These people not становлять небезпеку, вони не становлять небезпеки України, вони пройшли екзаменацію, вони можуть стати такими самими людьми, як і ми. Якщо українська, вибачте.
They do not constitute a threat to Ukraine, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe someone else have question?
Yes. Dear Maxim, thanks for your speech. I have a small question. How to encourage Ukrainians who lived in Crimea until 2014 to return home if they maybe build better life in other parts of Ukraine, the other region, or abroad? Thank you.
Максиме, маленька ремарка для вас. Якщо вам легше буде зараз відповідати українською, ви можете відповідати українською. Це цілком окей.
Або я можу повторити питання українською.
Ні, я зрозумів, просто трошки хвилююся, і на мене б'є сонце.
Все добре, добре. Давайте спокійно українською відповідайте на запитання Богдана. За потреби Богдан його повторить українською.
Знову пропало.
Я думаю, що сонце вбиває. Я думаю, що президент колись сказав, що він буде намагатися створити на Донбасі вільну економічну зону. І я думаю, що заохотити українців, які жили в Криму до 2014 року, можна заохотити саме вільну економічну зону і створити саме цю саму маленьку Америку в Криму. Тобто вільна країна в країні. Це буде як Каліфорнія. Створити з Криму маленьку Каліфорнію.
Максим, якщо ви не проти, то я ще теж задам маленьке питання і теж українською мовою. Ви говорите про вільну економічну зону. Власне, закон про вільну економічну зону в Криму нещодавно скасували через його неефективність. Бо, закон не працював так, як треба, і економічна зона не працювала так, як потрібно. Як ви вважаєте, чи варто Крим, давати прям якісь великі преференції, якось відокремлювати, чи його краще все ж таки інтегрувати, і в загальному розрізі відновлення України в цілому варто також відновлювати Крим, тобто створити такі умови на рівні, цього буде достатньо? Чи варто все ж таки прям отак відокремити і створити прям таку величезну підтримку саме цьому регіону? Як ви вважаєте?
Я все ж таки вважаю, що Крим – це щось інше, ніж материкова Україна. Я все-таки вважаю, що Крим повинен бути, Крим повинен відрізнятися від України. І він повинен розвиватися зовсім не так, як Україна. Це все ж таки автономна республіка, І туди потрібно заохочити імміграцію саме греків, арабів і створити такий маленький плавельний котел всередині України. Тобто на материку живуть здебільшого слав'яни, а в Крим це такий плавильний котел, який вирощує смисли і сенси. За допомогою, звичайно ж, вільної економіки, вільної демократії і так далі.
Окей, добре, дякую за вашу позицію. Maybe someone else have question to Maxim? If no, we can go. Okay, so we can go. Okay, and last but not least, our participant, Spivak Vladyslav. So you are welcome. You have like 5-6 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I would like to start with acknowledging the fact that now it seems clear that Russia is a unique country. It managed to create myths about successes in every sphere of life without reasonable changes in real situation. Yes, on the facade, we may enjoy architecture of modern Moscow and landscapes of Sochi Resort and see thousands of people waiting for the release of new iPhone, but what is the basis of this prosperity, and is it equally distributed through the whole country? Obviously, it's not, but it's not obvious for Russian citizens. They believe if they are a part of similarly rich and powerful country, they are also rich and powerful. Unfortunately, this mythology made possible for criminal/KGB elite to take power in Russia and to manipulate unconscious and even conscious Russian citizens who became so hopeless and helpless that they regard the biggest continental war with neighboring and, as they say, friendly in the past country as a simple TV show. Okay, leave them as they are. Probably their defeat in this war will be some kind of treatment, or at least a catharsis for the whole nation. But are Crimeans so hopeless? Also so hopeless? So far, I don't know. But in my essay, I tried to set out logical steps in debrainwashing Crimean citizens, given that they retain critical thinking and still have the ability to understand and, more importantly, to accept true picture of the world. Of course, my thoughts are based on historical precedent of the denazification of Austria. And here, we should fully depict Russian ideology, Russianism, as a type of Nazism and explain how it served for brainwashing of the whole country. To support this opinion, we may use communication messages which explain current and past situations, like given the fact that Russians highly appreciate their spiritual role in the universe, have no other choice but regard war crimes in Ukraine as a special way of Russia in recognizing the universe through killing, raping, and robbing neighbors. From this speech in my essay, it might seem that I regard Russians in general and Crimeans in particular as having mental diseases, but I don't want to think so. But if we analyze, to bring an example, if we look closely at Putin's face when he's mentioning civilian casualties and massive destructions, we may notice as a little smile forming at the corners of his lips. Of course, a status of politician makes him hide that smile, but whereas hearing the same from the majority of ordinary Russians, we can see such smile wide open. And if we refer to the citizens of occupied territories, after the deoccupation, I support the words of Danilov. In one of his interviews, he said, they need to get along with us, not us with them, as we do not hold anyone in our country. Thus, we may conclude that this process of bringing new reality cannot be smooth and easy. So understand the mental disease damages of Crimeans is important. In this case, the transition from one ideological concept to another has to be as smooth as possible. And bringing a new ideology, a new real reality is difficult since not many Crimeans, ethnic Russians in particular, retain critical thinking. Obvious things like the integrity of countries' borders and the principles of international law mean nothing to them. And I'm not suggesting teaching international law, but simply explaining the obvious shortcomings of the ideology, that you can't build greatness by exterminating neighboring nation and its culture. And even as it may sound cruel, but another way of determining whether mobilized citizens of occupied territories are eligible for debrainwashing is with the level of determination they put in this war, meaning how quickly will they surrender, realizing the stupidity of this war, or will they fight till the end? And to finalize, as of this moment, there are 2,000 mobilized Crimeans. Almost 90% of them are Crimean Tatars. keeping in mind that mobilization on occupied territories is a serious war crime, it's clear that Russia attempts to cleanse the territory of a disloyal population by forcing them to leave again since 1944. And all this brings me to a conclusion that Ukraine has to have a de-brainwashing model for the citizens of the occupied territories in order to win this war for real. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your speech. Okay, we have two questions. And before we move to question, I also want to give like small remarks. You wrote in your essay annexation of Crimea. Mostly we don't use annexation. We use attempt of annexation or occupation of Crimea. It's more correct. And also about oppression of Ukrainian and Tatarian nations. Also, when we speak about Crimea, we use Crimean Tatars because Tatars, it's not like their own names, it's something that was made by Katerina II during the first occupation of Crimea. So it's better to use Crimean Tatars or say Kyrmly. So it's their traditional name and it will be more correct. Okay, so guys, you are welcome. Maybe first will be Yan, please.
Okay, thank you. I will be short. During your speech, you mentioned the recent decision of Vladimir Putin to mobilize mostly all of the Crimean Tatar population on the peninsula. And how does Ukraine need to deal with that? How we should rehabilitate those people who are now forced to be in the army of the aggressor state? And what do we do with this fact? How can we help them?
We simply have to have a way to communicate with them through some special connections and help them to surrender as soon as possible. And if it's possible, when they are not mobilized yet, we may help them to leave the peninsula as fast as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, so Vlad, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you for your interesting speech. You talked about creating a de-brainwashing system, and my question would be, how would one person know the 100% true picture, and whether you find counter-propaganda appropriate, ethical? If yes, maybe you have some historical proof. Thank you.
Talking about propaganda, I don't want to refer to historical way of persuasion simply because it leaves a huge space for speculation and counter-propaganda. The way Russian propaganda works is that the message has to be easy to remember and has to have an appropriate emotional value. Thus, if you refer to the deportation and genocide, they simply answer that they, Crimean Tatars, deserve that for cooperation with Nazis. So the message is easy to memorize because of the Nazis, and the emotional value is the general knowledge that Nazis are bad people. So the best way is to teach that their ideology is built on wrong values and has to be rebuilt.
Okay, thank you. So Zlata.
Thank you. So you mentioned the absence of correlation between the terms Crimean Tatars and critical thinking. And do you include the yellow ribbon movement to the numbers of those who do not think critically?
I surely don't want to include any Crimean Tatars in those who don't have critical thinking. I want to put in this category simply people who lost the connection with Ukraine and their relatives since after the attempt of the occupation. Was the real picture of the world, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I also want to ask you about this. I was very interested when I read this fragment with Crimeans and their connection with reality. It's really interesting thought. So you say about Crimeans in general. Maybe we should make some categories of people who collaborate with Russians, who are Russians, and people who have critical thinking, because I believe that these people are really live now in Crimea, or it's, of course, it's your thought, or it's better to to leave these people in one category. What you say about it?
Well, people who don't have critical thinking, they are visible, and people who cooperate, they are also visible. We can see a lot of politicians and people who make propaganda that Ukraine is a monster or something else. But I don't really got your question, so.
Okay, so maybe I ask in Ukrainian, it will be better. Тобто ви написали в своєму есеї про те, що от у нас в загальному є кримчани, і кримчани, вони поглинуті цією російською пропагандою, вони не мають типу критичного мислення, і ви говорите в загальному про всіх кримчан. Чи варто все ж таки виділяти певні там категорії? От те, що ваші колеги попередньо говорили, що є люди, які там, власне, приїхали після 2014 року з Росії, які стали колаборантами, є просто кримчани, які жили до цього, є там якесь пасивне населення. Тобто, чи варто все ж таки виділяти ці категорії, чи ми лишаємо в загальній категорії просто кримчани, і чи варто від того дефініювати різні підходи до роботи з цими людьми?
Я думаю, що люди самі себе вже дефініювали. Якщо вони вважають себе росіянами, або кримчанами, які вважають, що краще бути з Росії, то ніяк інакше дефініювати ми їх не можемо, тому що вони самі себе визначили свій шлях.
Але ви просто маю на увазі, що коли ми там прийшли в Крим умовно, тобто ці люди для себе знають, але нам ще потрібно визначити, хто ці люди, як з ними працювати. Окей, добре, будемо трішки завершувати цю дискусію. And the last question from Bohdan, you are welcome.
Українською, англійською?
In English, maybe.
Okay. I forget the name. Vlad. Dear Vlad, I have the next question. Is Ukraine able to carry out counter-propaganda in the Skabeyeva and Popov style? I mean strong propaganda, categorical, direct, and for the transitional period, there is omission of alternative views. And the second small question, whether it is possible to hold any elections in Crimea within a certain period. Thank you.
Well, I think that any country is able to make it propaganda, but I believe that our propaganda has to be built on our values and on our results that we want to achieve. That if we want to achieve European Union, we have to show that we will achieve it in the future. And about elections, I think it's mostly about brings the question about bringing transitional periods. So the elections cannot really bring to a good result after the deoccupation, and there has to be leaders who were назначені з центру.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And it was the last question and the last speakers. So first of all, thanks guys for your essay, for your presentations of your essay. It was really great discussion, and I hope that in future you also be so in touch with Crimea, so close to Crimea, and still be interested in Crimean topics. And thanks a lot for your work. And maybe Bohdan, a few words.
Sorry?
Maybe you say some words also for our participant as a jury.
Jury. I'm very grateful to all participants for their speech because the Crimea is crucial topic for Ukraine after 24 February. If early we can say that Crimea will return will return through many years. Now, Crimea is reality for Ukraine, is near future for Ukraine, and Ukraine must deploy all efforts to make a dream and to make a dream the reality and turn the history into right side. And I wish to all participants to win this competition, to become a participant of the first parliamentary summit of Crimean platform, and continue to elaborate and continue to work on Crimean topic. Thank you.
Bohdan, Anna, please, thank you all for a great discussion, Anna for great moderation and for great questions. We indeed enjoyed it, and as in other discussions, we will announce the results tomorrow. So thank you. And now we are about to start our third discussion. This discussion will be dedicated to legal issues, in particular to the legal contours of future national territorial autonomy, because it seems that there is a consensus regarding the fact that the current legal framework of the Crimean autonomy is not adequate and does not really satisfy the needs either of Ukraine as a state and of the indigenous peoples of Crimea. So now I'm really honored to welcome our judges, Alexei Voloshin, an international lawyer and former government officer in the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Alexei.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm really honored to be at this event, and I hope to see the fruitful discussion today. Thanks.
Thanks. And Nick Yurlov, he's also an international practitioner. He's an expert in humanitarian and investment law, and he comes from Crimea.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here with you guys and girls, and ready to listen to your brilliant ideas on reintegration.
Yes, so Nick, I would like to give the floor to you to invite our first participant.
Thank you, Eric. Would the participant, give me a second, I'm going to open the...
Yeah, okay, then I will do that. So...
Just so we'll have Timur Yengalychev. So could you please take the floor and commence your presentation?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Hope you hear me all right. So I'll be starting right away. Good day to everyone listening. My name is Tim. I'm 21 years old. I'm Crimean Tatar and also just a simple dentist. I'm glad to be allowed to voice and defend my opinion on the legal framework of future Crimean autonomy. And my opinion is that I strongly oppose for now any kind of autonomy. I will try now to explain my reason, and let's begin. So first, we need to frame the context. Current autonomy, current status quo is an autonomy defined by the Chapter 10 of the Constitution of Ukraine, with a area of Crimea having its own constitution, executive power, and representative body. This autonomy, however, lacks actual power, is a weak autonomy. However, the nominal autonomy was de facto Russian before the 2014 and caused severe pro-Russian drift of the population. And one could even say that the Crimean autonomy was one of the crucial subversive factors that eventually resulted in the annexation. And indeed, this mess will be purged post-bellum for good. But what is the alternative? The alternative is national-territorial ethnic autonomy of Crimean Tatars, akin to Basque Country or Catalonia or Åland Islands in Finland, etc. its modern prelate, it's simple. From 2014 till 2022, such autonomy was like a secondary support pillar to Ukrainian PR effort to reclaim Crimea. It got way more serious, however, and grounded in reality since first strategic victories in the north. But there is still a long way to go. Like, there is no roadmap, no detailed proposals, and most importantly, the war is far from over. And I want you to think rather that what we've seen in Kharkiv Oblast was not the beginning of the end of the war, but the end of the beginning. So my main premises of my reasoning, I believe that strong and secure Ukrainian state with liberal democracy as a political system is paramount to Crimean Tatar community. Therefore, what undermines Ukraine undermines Crimean Tatars. My first argument is about a lack of practicality. Like, seriously, what does one aim to achieve with ethnic autonomy? Why am I saying this? The specific rights of the native people of Crimea are already well protected thanks to Law 1669 about native people of Ukraine, which the provisions that pro-autonomy people often demand, like the established recognized representative body, protected cultural development, or state funding, are already written there. And indeed, it is reasonable to further expand the power of the Majlis from the consultative to vetting body, and such an amendment can be passed right into Law 1669. Quotas, well, we already have quotas, in fact, though unspoken. The political parties want to add Tatars to party lists. Crimean Tatar is a brand, and let's let this modus operandi continue to exist, shall we? People have to feel respect toward Tatars and not pity, I believe. And there were also words to restore historical justice in the topics, but establishing autonomy will not be historical justice. Teaching the truth about the ethnic discrimination in the USSR and hunting down the perpetrators of ethnic violence is. And next argument, I want to say, is demographics.
Before you proceed, you mentioned that the Russian autonomy was one of the key factors that contributed to the annexation. But I would like to clarify the facts on that. The biggest annexation attempt that happened before before 2014 was with Yuri Meshkov in 1996. That was before the Crimean constitution, the Crimean autonomy was mentioned in the constitution. So I would really like to clarify, is there a causal nexus between the autonomy and the separatism attempts?
Yes, I indeed believe so. And furthermore, the autonomy was first proposed when, like, in 1989, before that we had Crimea Oblast. And there is nexus. The people in Crimea has never been calling themselves Ukrainians. They've been calling themselves Crimeans because they live in autonomous republics. The Russian influence spread easily. We all know that Russians funded all the cultural events in Crimea, all the major cultural events. Also, the simultaneous event in the same modus operandi is the presence of Black Sea Fleet there.
Timur, I'm well aware of Russian influence in Crimea. Witnessed it myself firsthand. The question is there a connection between the status of autonomous republic and this influence? So is your argument that if we had removed the autonomous status in 1996, it would have stopped the Russian influence or significantly detrimented it?
Would have been detrimental to Russian efforts, I believe. And I don't know, we don't operate with ifs in history. I don't know how much, but I do believe that it would have been detrimental. It will be, the control of the center over the Crimea would be stronger. The reaction, I don't know, to any attempts to annex, to any attempts to infiltrate like they did in 2014, like they did actually in 2003 with the Tuzla, would have been stopped earlier. So am I allowed to continue? My next argument regarding the opposition is demographics. Like, there are at least 1.5 million Russians currently residing in Crimea, most likely more. We know like 600,000 also immigrated already since 2014, and they form overwhelming demographic majority. And the issue is, once our Reconquista is over, we can't really expel them for good. We are Europeans and adhere to European law. They will, for the time being, remain the majority. And how can one show ethnic autonomy upon such a big ground without also infringing on the constitution of Ukraine? This will only increase social tensions and unrest. Remember, and Tutsi in Rwanda or Alawites in Syria. Alternative position is like isolated autonomy like in Gagauzia, Moldova. It is a pure ghetto stuff, I believe, that will only enforce the segregation in society. We in fact already are rightful citizens of Ukraine with the equal rights all over of its territory. Next argument is present and long-term impact. The mere existence of the autonomous republic in Crimea once drove the pro-Russian terrorists to demand autonomy of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. And this demand was never dropped, and we all know what happened next. Consequently, national autonomy within the otherwise unitary Ukrainian state may once again serve as a springboard for undermining foreign influence. Take a look at Zakarpattia, where we know for certain that a robust Hungarian minority receives funds and support from the Orban's government, and we can't threaten their position. And finally, hate to break it to you, but not all currently are passionate pro-Ukrainians as I am. There is even Miliferka organization in opposition to Majlis who back in 2014 agitated Tatars to go and vote for Russia on sham referendums. And naturally, one cannot guarantee that in 50 years, some of my kinsmen having power will be happy to sell out to geopolitical rivals, either Russia or Panturan Turkey. We can't allow this. Another and the last argument, the ethnic autonomy may in fact limit the possibilities, limit the societal lift for Crimean Tatars and decrease societal standing. We will since then be confined to our peninsula, but our ambitions should be higher than that. And I also want to say that we are free not because we claim we are free, but because we practice freedom, right? So what do you think is the best possible outcome? Crimea becoming an oblast just like the other 24 oblasts with corresponding regional bodies being set up, etc. The Majlis then exists as a representative body according to the law 1669. It added provision that allows its deputies to veto any decision regarding Crimean Tatar ethnicity. The Kurultai is set up as an internal Crimean Tatar body that elects the Majlis representatives. The electorate within the Kurultai consists of its members. People either receive invitations to become member on the basis of merit or elected. 25-year-olds will be appropriate age limit. Kurultai's internal structure resembles that of an NGO, and it should act as an NGO aimed to help the Crimean Tatars in need, to promote our culture, and to ensure qualified legal representation should the need arise. The Kurultai is funded by the contribution fees and donations. So to recap, I believe with great certainty that autonomic Crimea will be detrimental to Ukrainian national security, therefore Crimean Tatar security, and to societal standing of Crimean Tatar people, while yielding practically no benefits. However, legislature is not permanent. The issues I've mentioned can all change in due time. And imagine, thanks to unitary reform, Ukraine becomes a strong regional power with the most powerful land armed forces in Europe and no external geopolitical threat. Crimean Tatars return to Crimea, thrive, eventually becoming the demographic majority. Rule of law invincible, economy blooming, democracy secured. In such an advantageous environment, we might as well push for strong regional autonomy, not weak, like now, for example. But now I think it's not the time, and I'm not saying this easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That's been an interesting discussion. Maybe Alexei, you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe just to clarify. So I know the whole narrative is kind of meritocratic, and I personally I really appreciate that. But looking into let's look into Ukrainian discussion, Ukrainian language. For instance, we have a lot of efforts protecting even the majority population rights. And I'm just curious, do you believe that Crimean Tatars and other indigenous people of the Crimea, do they need maybe some kind of other preferences within the unitary state that should, I don't know, for them not to be lost from the whole agenda, from the of Ukrainian agenda? What do you think?
Honest, I don't understand why would we need to be within the Ukrainian agenda, or what do you mean by Ukrainian agenda here? Like, we shouldn't always be in the spotlight, indeed.
If I may add to Alexei's question, so prior to the events of 2014, There, I know that Ukrainian security services have been investigating alleged crimes of several organizations, including Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is quite active and popular, as far as I understand, among the Crimean Tatars. So, since we are having an open and frank discussion here, prior to 2014, it hasn't always been very friendly relations between the Ukrainian government and the Crimean Tatars. So maybe in order to avoid possible future conflicts, Alexei, if I understood his question correctly, is clarifying for additional safeguards, for additional representation. And maybe the autonomy is exactly the tool that could provide those safeguards. We can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure about this. To begin with, to fall out of what you've mentioned, like clashes again, it's unthinkable for me for now, for the, I don't know, coming decades at the very least, because we live now in a new era, of joint relations. The same way, like I can't, to show you an example what I mean, the same way we have the relations with Poles cemented, with Polish nation cemented as pretty good, despite our diplomatic issues before, despite, for example, our cornerstone issues of Ukrainian nationalists and Bandera and etc. We just, these issues will not arise for at least a couple of decades. Good relations are cemented. I believe the same will be with Crimean Tatars. And we will be able to secure our spots thanks to meritocracy. We will be able to be good citizens and therefore be elected, not because we are Crimean Tatars, but because we are good politicians with good legislation, with good policy, etc., with good record. Which is my opinion on this.
Alexei, do you have any further questions?
No, I see Shekurye has something to ask or to add. Maybe we should give her floor.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you, you mentioned, as far as I understood, regarding the quotas, that there are some quotas now, but actually they are not enshrined in a legal way. So my question to you is, how are you going to ensure the better involvement of Crimean Tatars in political decision-making? Because as far as we know, the population of Crimean Tatars in Crimea as a whole constitutes less than 12%, and in today's circumstances, even less because of the Russian mobilization. How can you provide them with the equal opportunities to be elected in such unequal circumstances?
As deputy in the territorial okrug, forgot English word. For example, why not? I'm going to create a party, and I mean we can have representation, for example, in quotas like in Slovenia, if I'm not mistaken, where there is exactly one quota seat for Italian minority and one quota seat for Hungarian minority. We can, for now, I don't see this as a need at all. Simple as that.
Shekurye, does that answer your question?
Actually, not in a way that I wanted to.
I understand, but I think the purpose of this discussion is exactly to hear to diverse opinions, and I will give you the opportunity to address Timur's proposal during your speech. So unless anybody else have any other questions, I now suggest to move on to Yuliya Manuilova. And before we do that, I would ask you for 15 seconds technical break. I need to reconnect. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
thank you once again.
While we are having a technical break, do you hear me well?
Yeah, definitely.
Great.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Could you repeat, please?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. I'm sorry, we sometimes touch in terms of what. Maria, you have the floor, and
Nick, but the
whenever
quality,
you're ready.
the quality of the sound is low, so perhaps you could talk to me.
Oh, okay. Is it better this way? No. I just so. So is it better now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I start?
It doesn't work. Absolutely, you may.
Thank you. So happy to welcome everyone. I'm really thankful for such a platform to share our ideas and thoughts. When I saw the topic of an essay, I asked myself, what is it going to be like when we return Crimea to our jurisdiction? There should definitely be some changes in legal system. And that's why I wrote my essay through the lens of the future. So let's pretend it has been 7 years since the blue-yellow flag flew over Sevastopol again. It's really hard to imagine how many political disputes the small but strong spirited peninsula has experienced. During 9 years, the legal system of Crimea had been operated under de facto Russian control. One does not need to be a great connoisseur of history to understand that Russian aggressive policy for 300 years tried to do everything to destroy the cultural heritage of the Crimean Tatars. So during their entire period of occupation, Russia pursued a systematic and large-scale policy aimed at changing the demographic composition of the population, and the systematic political repression, and depriving Crimean Tatars of the right to education in their native language. And furthermore, what is related to our topic directly, they banned the activities of representative bodies of the Crimean Tatars. However, the truth always prevails. Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians condemned actions of Russia's authority and saw their future with a perspective and prosperous Ukraine. Regrettably, society began to pay proper attention to the problems of consolidating the rights of Crimean Tatars in the Ukrainian legal field only after the occupation of the peninsula. But after our state managed to return Crimea to Ukraine's jurisdiction, it became essential to restore historical justice. So there was a need to amend the constitution in order to avert historical injustice and return the right of governments to ethnic Crimean Tatars on their own territory. So the representative body of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea is the Verkhovna Rada. It has a quota for indigenous people with a number of deputy mandates equal to 1/2 of the total number of deputies. Authorities in Crimea, when making some decisions, have to obtain consent from...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I would like to clarify right away. So these quotas are for which particular national minorities present in Crimea?
For Кремли, Кримчаки, Караїти.
And how are they distributed? So Verkhovna Rada has, for example, 100 seats. How many of these go to each of the minorities?
I said that 1/2 of the total number, so it's 50.
So that's 50 for all three groups. And how is the distribution done inside of them? Okay, that's a technical question. Please proceed.
Okay, I'll think about it. So in order to effectively ensure the right of the Crimean Tatar people to manage their territory, the Kurultai became an advisory body of the Verkhovna Rada. And as the highest representative body of Crimean Tatar people, its delegates are elected by Crimean Tatars and members of their families who are citizens of Ukraine and live on the territory of Ukraine. In total, there are 250 representatives, and the Kurultai in its activities is guided by the Constitution and laws of Ukraine and the regulations of the Kurultai. And besides, the Kurultai elects the executive body, the Majlis. It is elected from among Kurultai's delegates. The composition of the Majlis includes 50 people. They are headed by the speaker, who is elected by the Kurultai from among its delegates. Both Kurultai and Majlis have the right to determine priorities and develop strategies in order to exercise their right to development. This right gives them the...
Can I clarify? So we are talking about Verkhovna Rada of Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, so we perceive the status in our constitution of this body unchanged with all those powers and responsibilities as it is, or how do you see this part?
I think if it's possible, it can have legitimate powers, and Kurultai as an advisory body can have the right of veto to their laws. The right to determine priorities and develop strategies gives them the opportunity to participate in the development and implementation of state and regional programs, as well as strategic and programmatic documents. Also, on top of that, they can interact with state authorities and local self-government bodies on issues of environmental protection, ensuring effective and fair use of land, water, forest, and other natural resources that are located on the territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. The Crimean Tatar language is used in the Crimean Autonomous Region alongside the state language of Ukraine. And to implement Majlis decisions, national self-government bodies, they are regional and local Majlis, subordinate to the main governing body. They are elected in all places of residence of Crimean Tatars. These local bodies are influential in representing and protecting the interests of the Crimean Tatars in the body of executive powers and local self-government. They are implementing measures to protect the rights and legitimate interests of the Crimean Tatars and promoting the establishment of equal relations between citizens of all nationalities living in the relevant territory. And besides that, Ukrainian and local Crimean authorities do their best to ensure and protect the rights of smaller indigenous peoples such as Krimchaks and Crimean Karaids. They are ensured by cultural, educational, linguistic, and informational rights that lead to sustainable development of them as indigenous people of Ukraine. So they have the right to establish their own educational institutions for the purpose of ensuring the study of their language, history, culture, and they have the right to teach in the language of the respective to indigenous people. Their state also guarantees the research, preservation, and development of their languages. They have the right through the representative bodies to create their mass media and to participate in the development and implementation of state and regional programs, as well as other strategic and program documents.
Just to clarify, so the recent part that you mentioned, we also had rather recently adopted law on indigenous people. Don't we have all those rights already enshrined in this law, and it could be implemented without that? So what do you think?
Yes, we'll use this law as in implementing and ensuring the rights of Crimean Tatars and other indigenous people. I think that Verkhovna Rada last year did a great step to implementing and ensuring their rights. So, yeah.
So why would be this status that you propose in quality be better than already established in law?
I think there are some good points. So I just clarify that we need to give them the rights to create their own mass media, to develop their cultural and linguistic features, and taking part in other regional programs.
I believe it's already there, so basically no differences, or
at this time, no differences.
Okay, can I, Alexei, if you have no more questions on that, can I ask one more question about the resolution of potential conflicts with the Russians who have Ukrainian citizenship and who have been living in on the territory of the peninsula prior to the annexation? So presumably there may be potential conflicts in the integration phase. Which types of conflicts do you foresee, and how do you suggest to resolve them?
Okay, if they become they became the citizens after 2014, I guess if they have some how did they say it? I forgot the word.
Say it in Ukrainian.
Добре. Якщо вони мають якісь проблеми з цим, говорили за те, що можете, будь ласка, повторити питання, якщо українською вже відповідаю.
Еріку, я можу це питання українською поставити?
Так, але краще в рамках одного питання і відповіді, і потім все ж таки повернутися.
Так, звичайно. Одне питання. Тобто, у нас є етнічні росіяни, які залишили громадянство України. Як ви знаєте, Україна не визнала примусового нав'язування російського громадянства для мешканців Криму, які проживали там до анексії. Питання, які ви бачаєте можливі конфлікти з етнічними росіянами, і як ви вважаєте найкраще їх попереджувати чи вирішувати?
Добре, дякую за питання. Я, пишучи своє есе, дуже багато про це думала і дійшла висновку, що якщо вони будуть не згодні з якимись рішеннями, наприклад, я бачаю, що буде дві мови, наприклад, це українська і кримсько-татарська, як офіційні на півострові. Якщо вони не хочуть вчити ні українську, ні кримсько-татарську, то нехай їдуть в Росію і повертаються до своєї етнічної території. Тому я бачаю, або вони живуть по нашим правилам, або вони їдуть до себе додому.
А якщо таких буде кілька мільйонів?
Ну, це вже питання, коли вони будуть кілька мільйонів, бо, як бачите, для них важко опозицію створити.
Добре. Thank you for the question. So, does anybody have any questions regarding that? If there are no more questions...
Thank you very much, and my sincere gratitude to the esteemed colleague for such a tremendous presentation. The only question I've got is concerning the last point invoked by her, concerning the possible expulsion of people, of the Russians to the Russia, should they, as my esteemed colleague told, would prove uneager to learn Crimean Tatar or Ukrainian. However, would this step, even hypothetically, be in line with our obligations within the framework of the documents of the instruments of the United Nations, of the Council of Europe, or will such organization show their readiness to condemn Ukraine for doing this, and what to do about the implications, about negative implications then? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think this question that we are discussing is related more to the late panel about crisis solving. So it wasn't really the subject of my essay. I was enthusiastic more about legal system and the relations of autonomous bodies of the Crimea. So I'll think about that.
It's absolutely okay. Thank you very much, Yulia, for your presentation. Thank you, Bohdan, for your question. Very good point you've made. But maybe it is indeed out of the scope of this discussion. Maybe I ventured a bit too far. So unless anybody has any additional questions to Yulia, once again, thank you for a very interesting view. And Bohdan, you've warmed up your presentation and you're now ready to go. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So again, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. It is a tremendous opportunity for me to be here, and I'm grateful to everybody concerned and for the opportunity to represent my humble view on the representation of indigenous people of Ukraine in the national parliament. As paragraph 4, article 2 of the law on indigenous people of Ukraine stipulates, the indigenous people of Ukraine, namely the Crimean Tatars, the Krimchaks, and the Karaites, are entitled to parliamentary representation in Ukraine. It should at the outset be noted that our legislation can be named absolutely progressive in this regard, as no documents, no instruments, at least the most significant ones, namely the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 69, fraction 220 for 295, and the relevant framework convention of the Council of Europe do not stipulate any obligation to provide the indigenous people with a parliamentary representation. For instance, the UN Declaration puts it in the following way, I quote, "The right to participate fully if they, that is the indigenous people, so choose to full participation in the political life of the state," end of the quote. It is obvious that the desire can absolutely manifest itself in multiple ways, and one of them is in particular the advocacy of interests through the legislative bodies. However, a significant problem stands in this way. Although the programs of all national political parties, that is, those as we see them represented in the Ukrainian parliament, for instance, may touch on the topic of the rights of indigenous people, yet for some reasons, which are mainly of the socio-cultural and even socio-psychological origin, these messages are still evaluated through the lens of national political interests and can cause disagreement even in the parties themselves. Many movements decide not to risk showing too much support for national minorities and indigenous people for reasons which can be deemed purely practical. They have a fear of losing a larger ethnically homogeneous electorate. So they just do not do that and do not concentrate on that.
Bohdan, may I interrupt you at this point? So you've cited a very interesting observation from other jurisdictions, and while I may agree for other states, but don't you think that situation in Ukraine with perception of Crimean Tatars has changed dramatically over the past 8 years?
Indeed it has, but still, and I do note so, I do claim so with a great regret, unfortunately the issue of representation of the indigenous people of Ukraine, namely of those having their roots on the Crimean Peninsula, has not, at least during the latest parliamentary elections of the 2019 and as well as, by the way, the local elections of the 2020, it has not been touched upon by a majority of political parties. And while some people of, for instance, Crimean Tatar origin were really present in the lists of really significant political parties, namely practically of all significant political parties, the Crimean Tatar subject, I would say, the Crimean Tatar theme, the Crimean Tatar agenda, as well as the agenda of the indigenous people, has been touched upon very modestly, and I do sincerely regret about that.
What was lacking, in your opinion, in this agenda? So, what are those missing elements?
So, in my opinion, the things that the candidates and their respective parties could, so to say, do much better, was the, I would say, first of all, making, of course, we take into consideration that the law has been approved later than the elections took place, but nevertheless, the subject of raising awareness about the place of Crimean Tatars and the role of Crimean Tatars in the life of the Ukrainian populace as a larger group has not practically been touched upon. Neither the issues of the culture and the language, of raising the role of the language in the schools. Unfortunately, as far as I am concerned, the parties have left this issue largely abandoned.
Bohdan, can I ask you a follow-up question? Do you think that a Ukrainian politician must know Crimean Tatar language?
You put it in the way of must, yes. I suppose, well, I believe a politician, it should not be obligatory, but indeed it should be treated beneficially. But about an obligation on the national level as a prerequisite, strict prerequisite, no, I do not agree. I do not agree, as we have one national language. So, may I continue? Concerning the humble research, a small research I did in my essay, I touched upon the issue of the representation of indigenous people and to some extent minorities, as unfortunately these groups are not strictly they cannot be separated. They cannot be always separated in the legislation of the countries of the Council of Europe. And I reached, so to say, a conclusion, quite a conclusion, that the scenario of a small Balkan country called Slovenia would be the most practical for Ukraine in order to ensure a just, democratic and non-discriminatory basis for the possible future election of deputies representing national minorities in Ukraine to the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. So, to tell a long story short, in Slovenia, in the National Assembly, there are two deputies, two places reserved for the deputies representing national minorities by the number actually of those minorities. There is an Italian and a Hungarian minority. Despite the fact that in general a proportional system is used in the election, two, so to say, ethnic deputies, that is, deputies representing Italians and Hungarians of Slovenia, are elected according to the system of preferential voting. So to choose the minorities candidates, the voters vote by putting numbers from 1 to the last in the cells opposite the names of the candidates. For each first place, the candidate is awarded as many points as there are candidates on the ballot. For each subsequent one, 1 point less, and so on and so forth. And for the last one, nothing. The points are then summed up, and the person with the most wins the mandate. Still, that's not the principal point, I would say, because it's largely a technical issue. These quotas and so on. The most interesting question I found for myself the only aspect that requires classification in this relationship is the procedure for registering voters to participate in voting. I came up with the following questions. Will a voter have to prove the origin? Will the voter have to receive confirmation of belonging to the indigenous people? And last but not least, will a voter be able to vote from deputies not from national minorities, or should a deputy be limited to a single choice? And as far as my consideration went, I came to the conclusion, I reached to the conclusion that maybe it would still be reasonable to limit the voters to only one choice, that is from a deputy for a deputy from the list, for a candidate from the list, but still the proper, the so to say, the proper legal grounding to that end will deprive this argument of any maybe points or signs of discrimination. It would not be discriminatory in any way, as all the MPs have the same rights and duties, and the elected deputies, the deputies so elected, shall have the right to either vote with the coalition or join the opposition. In practice, in Slovenia, for example, the record of the voting of Slovenian, Italian, and Hungarian deputies has shown that they do usually support the governing parties, as the only ethnic party in the German Bundestag currently does, the Union of the South Schleswig Voters. But still, it's their choice, and legally, on the legal basis, they are not confined to
And
that.
I just want to clarify, so don't you think that, I know, this very complex system of voting and representation is kind of too complex for the benefits it might bring? Because can we be sure in those two people, or for every single minority, so this human being really representing their interests? So don't you think that it's I know, so much efforts for kind of random result that we might have for that? What do you think?
So I would like to begin from the fact that this is not something made up by me entirely, so to say, for the purpose of giving voice to anyone or something like that. It's the stipulation of our current legislation, and I go from that. And furthermore, I suppose that this does really make difference. Anyway, even though there are not so many deputies quantitatively, maybe there will be 1 or 2 or 3 people. I believe probably 2 or 3 that would be the case, but that's not the case. That's not the point. They will still be able to speak up for their peoples, to raise their issues on the all-national level, and to some extent they will make sure that the problems of national minorities would cease to be, I would say, the subject of the political bargaining, as we unfortunately saw it on the example of the Assembly of Hungarians of Ukraine in the 2013.
Could you clarify for myself, for Slovenia, are those representatives of minorities, are they part of all nation parties, or the specific parties, I don't know, local ones? And which option is preferable? I don't know, minorities, a separate party, political party, or minorities being a part of all nation political parties?
So anyway, the candidates from the national minorities in Slovenia are elected independently, separately, on a separate system, and they do not represent the parties in the daily sense, all national parties, but nevertheless, they have an option. Nevertheless, they have an option to join caucuses, to join either the parliamentary groups or clubs, as they're called in Slovenia, or to speak more largely opposition or coalition, and hence they do express their political views, their own political views. Yes, that's the way.
Yeah, Timur has a question. Maybe you just jump in. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I truly don't. Excuse me. So I truly don't know, when talking about Slovenia, do these representatives, one for which kind of ethnicity, have any specific powers legislated for them?
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, yes, it's the, so to say, the size, the quantity has always been an issue, but still they have the power, so to say, to address the people responsible for the rights. That is the ombudsman, or the ombudsperson of Slovenia. Directly, they have the right to make interpellations, those inquiries, so to say, and these rights do at least partly compensate the issue that they are, so to say, they are lone riders in this parliament, and in order not to feel so, they are given some specific rights. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, indeed. Why did I ask this? Because I, for example, can see the point of having like 2 or 3 man quotas in the parliament, when these people will not have any real, will not be able to exercise any real influence on the legislation. They will still have to enter coalition. They will still need to cooperate with other people. Yes, we can give them the opportunity to veto, as one said. I can give them the opportunity to write, not demand, forgot the proper English word. Right, for example, to ombudsman, sorry, or other officials in the human rights positions. But these powers can as well be given to any other, for example, Majlis deputy, as I've mentioned before. So once again, my point is that I can't see the point of small quotas when we are talking extremely small, 2-3 people in our great parliament of 450 as of now.
Yeah, absolutely. I go from the point that any number of deputies should be counted as in a proportional, but that's a mathematical, it's a largely a mathematical question. But still, I do not agree that the size, just a sole issue of the size, should be designated as some special rights to which they are endowed in the role as representatives of the entire indigenous groups of populations, will equal them, will smooth that curve, so to say, and make them, I would say, at least partially equal with their counterparts from the all national parties, and in particular the things that concern the respective national minorities, their rights and obligations. They do require consultations with such deputies, so nobody will be unlistened, nobody will be abandoned, and I do sincerely hope that some positive discrimination, let us call it so, will play a largely beneficial role to these deputies and to the people represented by them.
Such a detailed, truly answer. I also wanted to ask, don't you think that if you have, for example, 3 or even 5 representatives via quotas, this will in fact limit the possibilities for Crimean Tatar people? Like in the eyes of electorate, you have your 5 places in quotas, you can't have more, you won't have more, even though your politician will be a good guy with a good policy.
Yeah, I understand, but I sincerely admit I don't share this view. but in order to be shared, as I described it previously in more details, this would, I would say, suggest that more detailed steps, more steps be taken in order to ensure this leverage of opportunities. Then even one deputy would suffice if the rights would be significantly higher, more significant, for the purpose of due representation of an indigenous group. Yeah.
Thanks again for your brilliant delivery. And I think we're actually closer in our opinions than you may think. We're just voicing things in different names.
Thank you very much. And unless other participants have any questions, anyone? I'm sorry, I cannot see everyone on the Zoom screen. I only have 4 people. So if I'm asking anyone for questions, don't raise their hand, just go straight away. So Alexei, can we move on?
I believe yes.
Yes, fantastic. So Shekurye Ramazanova, we already had a brief intro with your question, and now over to you for your main presentation. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, dear judges and participants. I'm very pleased to be here and to present our joint work paper with Ms. Salimia Khalilova. I would like to mention first that the importance of the proclaiming of the national territorial autonomy of the Crimean Tatar people, first of all, lies in direct realization by them their right for self-determination as indigenous people. This right is enshrined in international law, namely in the UN's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the Declaration on the National Sovereignty of the Crimean Tatar people that was conducted in 1991, and in the law of Ukraine on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. Let us move on to the first issue, distribution of powers. Together with my colleague Salimia, we believe that the basic principle we should be guided by is the principle of unconditional compliance with the Ukrainian legislation. That's why bodies of state power, including the army, law enforcement, tax authorities, as well as local self-government on the territory of Crimea autonomy, continue to be formed in accordance with the current legislation of Ukraine.
Can I briefly clarify this point? So you are meaning the current legislation, and you believe that it should be preserved as is, and no amendments should be made to the current laws?
No, I will, thank you for your question. I will talk on amendments a little bit later.
Okay.
Furthermore, there must be quotas reserved for representatives of the Crimean Tatar people in all authorities and self-governments. Also, the bodies of self-government become the official authorities of the national autonomy. They represent the interests.
You mentioned all bodies. Sorry, you mentioned all bodies. You imply also automatically Parliament of Ukraine, Verkhovna Rada. Do I get it right?
No, I mentioned the authorities of Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
What authorities do you mean? The local authorities or the Republican authorities? And what should be the quota exactly?
I will talk on quotas a little bit later, but if you want to take in advance, we can assume that the quota must be at least 20%.
And another question, so because I asked it previously, and also interesting for me that, so we remain unchanged, the status, so Autonomous Republic of Crimea, so it remains unchanged, do I get it right, or it should be changed?
Yeah, sure, it remains unchanged. It is the Autonomous Republic of Crimea with the national territorial autonomy of the Crimean Tatar people.
Mm-hmm. Don't you see any contradiction between that only 20% of Crimean Tatars will be presented obligatory in the representative body, but the whole republic which would represent all the people of the republic, would be called the Crimean Tatar Republic. So only 20% of Crimean Tatars, and the whole republic is called the Crimean Tatar Republic.
Actually, the better quota is not possible for now. I think this is the answer to your question, since the quotas as part of positive discrimination should be imposed, how to say it, by levels, so accordingly to some levels.
What do you think? Should be it based on the empirical data? So we should conduct first a research, how many Crimean Tatars are in Crimea at the moment, and then to set such quota in correspondence with the population, or it should be it should be without any basis of on real life. So we must say that Crimean Tatars were discriminated in the history, and historical justice means that we should give them now at least 20% in the parliament.
So if I may just to add, so I'll give the data from 2001 survey, which is of course not relevant from now, but can give us a perspective. So in 2001, 58.5% of people of Crimea called themselves Russians, 24.4% called themselves Ukrainians, 12% called themselves identified as Crimean Tatars, and 1.5% as Belarusians, with 0.5 Tatars, 0.4% Armenians, and 2.6% others. So in light of this, if we take this proportion true as of 2023, when Crimea is liberated, how do we deal with a situation when there are 60% of ethnic Russians there?
Thank you for your question. Firstly, answering the question of
yeah, sure.
Tit. Yes. Yeah, so the quota should be provided not on the basis, on the proportional basis. Since the population of Crimean Tatars is only 12% now, approximately 12%, maybe even less according to today's circumstances. So 12% of representation in local authorities or Republican authorities is too small amount of seats. So that's why we can assume that the 20% at least should be provided for Crimean Tatars. And I will talk on this later, that the quota does not mean the whole amount of seats for representatives of the Crimean Tatar people. So the quota is the minimum that is granted to Crimean Tatars. There should be no reasons to prevent Crimean Tatars to occupy more seats on a meritocratic basis. May I proceed?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Also, furthermore, the bodies of state power and local self-government must consult with the representative bodies of the Crimean Tatar people. So it's Kurultai, Majlis, and local Majlises. They should make it in decisions directly affecting the interests of the Crimean Tatar population and critical for Crimea. I'm talking about cultural heritage or even natural resources usage. So it's also worth noting that the Article 4 of the UN's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples says that every indigenous people is in exercising their right to self-determination has the right to autonomy. That's why you told me that I can controverse Timur's argument in my speech. That is what I wanted to add. Let me proceed to the second issue, the status and powers of Majlis and Kurultai.
I will only ask you to wrap up in 2 minutes, if possible.
In 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have to finish by 6, and I still have one more participant. So just for fair time for everyone. Thank you.
Kurultai is a national congress, the highest representative body. Majlis is the executive body of Kurultai. It is guided by the Constitution of Ukraine, the current legislation of Ukraine, and the decisions of Kurultai. Also, there are some regional and local majlises. They are implementing the decisions of Kurultai and Majlis, and their main task is to ensure the representation of Crimean Tatars in local territorial communities. Well, it is worth noting that the status of these bodies has already been mentioned, partially in the law on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, but we believe that it should be expanded from the status of representative bodies to the status of authorities of the national territorial autonomy. Based on the above, there should be a clear mechanism or process to ensure this representation of Crimean Tatars in political decision-making. That's why we assume that the most relevant is the mechanism of providing quotas. This method confirmed its effectiveness in different democratic countries providing political representation of indigenous peoples, that is Finland, Norway, Canada, and so forth. Thus, at the local, district, and republican levels of government in Crimea, a minimum of seats for representatives of the Crimean Tatar people will be guaranteed. Only the minimum, quota is the minimum. Let me give the example. Approximately, this is called the positive discrimination. Approximately 40 years ago, a quota for women's political representation was introduced in European countries.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right here because we're running out of time. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure we are all aware of the example you're providing. It's very good and interesting example. And I'm really too sorry to cut you off here, but otherwise we won't have for Andreev Tit. So if I will be allowed to continue after 18:00, I will give you additional time. But I was informed that we have to finish at 18 sharp. So over to Andreev Tit now. I'm really sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I will try to be short. So today we are talking about the possible legal status of Crimea, and I think all of us agree that current station should be changed. But the problem is that the future current status isn't clear for all of us, and there are lots of proposals how to make it. In Ukrainian legal history, we could find many interesting ideas how to deal with this issue. For instance, this issue was already regulated by the Constitution of the Ukrainian People's Republic, where the personal national autonomy was granted to Crimean Tatars and so on. But the main problem is that now we cannot agree what we should do with the Crimea. And what is the solution? The solution is based on the needs-based approach. So firstly, we should examine the current situation. We should examine the interests, the needs of the people of Crimea, and then to decide what legal status or what legal model would be suitable for them. So if we could talk about their needs on 3 levels. The first level is personal level, the second level is ethnic level, and the third one is the level of the Ukrainian government, because Ukrainian government, I think, has some interest in this issue. So from the point of ordinary citizens wants to participate in public life and to have influence over local making decisions and to fulfill its own desires and needs. How he can do it? So it's participation in elections and usual civic activities. It could be implemented both in autonomous republic, but it could be implemented also in usual oblast, as decentralization today gives a lot of rights and gives a lot of power to ordinary citizens to impact the decisions of their local authorities. The second level is the level of national minorities. And if you're talking about their needs, they want to preserve their historical heritage, to use their language in schools, in education, in the theaters, in art, and so on. But I do not think that they could pretend on some political independence, or they could pretend to have some political rights in the classical meaning. And the third level, of the governmental level, we could talk that the interest of Ukrainian government is to preserve the territorial integrity and to prevent any conflicts that could arise on this territory, because such conflicts would play a bad game against the government and could create a new crisis which we should resolve. So, what are the options which we could use? I argue as Timur today that Crimea should be as an ordinary oblast. But I would add, because there is something that was missing. If you're talking about the rights of indigenous people, they are protected by ordinary laws. And it isn't enough from my point of view. We should protect their rights on the constitutional level. It gives the right of the constitutional court to eliminate any laws which violate their rights, to extend their rights further that that the ordinary law does. And the ordinary courts could also use this provision as a direct source of their decisions, so they could protect their rights directly on the basis of the constitution. The second one, that every citizen must possess the right to allocate part of his taxes to the special cultural or educational funds. For instance, we could create a Crimean Tatar cultural fund, somehow like Ukrainian cultural fund, which would finance any cultural initiatives and any educational activities which Crimean Tatars would see possible or necessary for them. And
sorry, what will be the source of this fund? How we should
every taxpayers from Crimea or every Tatarian in every region of Ukraine could decide that 10% of his taxes would go to the Crimean Cultural Fund. So everyone decides.
Shouldn't we create Galicia Cultural Fund, or then I don't know, maybe for any other region? So shouldn't we? Should other minorities be concerned about such a change?
Isn't this the way that the regional taxes are working right now? In terms of territories, there are like statewide taxes and there are regional taxes.
Yes, I would like to answer. If you consider Galician culture as a different culture from Ukraine, so we should create, or you could raise this question before the governmental bodies. If you're talking about regional taxes, no, it isn't, because regional taxes deals with some regions, and these regions then provide some support for local initiatives. If you're talking about the Crimean Tatar Cultural Fund, we are talking about the nationwide fund. And we are talking about the funds which would finance any ideas across Ukraine which would support this culture. And the third idea is that we should eliminate the special status for Crimea in our constitution. It should become as the usual oblast without any additional rights or without any additional bodies like parliament or government or Constitutional Court of Crimea and so on, because if we have a liberal state and if we have an effective model of decentralization, if we have a fair election, so we do not need any ideas how to create like some original model which fulfills the desires. In this model of oblast, we could fulfill all needs and all desires of ordinary people. And everyone would be included in political life. Everyone will have the fulfillment of his cultural or educational rights, and everyone will impact the local and national politics. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, so I would be glad to hear them. I try to be short.
How's your name correctly pronounced once again?
Tit.
Tit. Dear Tit, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm really sorry that we are so short on time because your ideas are really good. But I was told by Eric that we have to finish at 18:00 sharp, and this is already 18:00. So thank you, everyone. I think it is crucially important. Your ideas that you've said today, I invite you to develop into ideas, into columns for Ukrainian legal and political media. I invite you to publish them because this is a very important discussion. And reintegration of Crimea creates a lot of challenges for Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, and Russians, and other nationalities in the liberated peninsula to be. So I'm really glad that I could participate here with you and hear some of the brilliant ideas you've had. It's really inspiring that we have such great students. Thank you very much.
So dear participants and judges, thank you so much. It was a really impressive panel discussion indeed. I would like to kindly ask the judges to send us the result of the oral rounds at your earliest convenience. And once again, thank you so much for this fruitful discussion. And thank you, Mr. Yurlov, for an amazing moderation.
Thank you very much.
And we will start. It seems to me that everything is ready for the start of our last panel, which will deal with the issues on restoration of indigenous Crimea in culture, language, and historical memory. And now I would like to introduce to you our honorable judges, and they are Elmira Chigos-Ablalimova, member of Crimea Platform Expert Network, Greta Yuelin, professor at University of Michigan, and Emily Chanel Justice, director of Timur Contemporary Ukraine program at the Ukrainian Research Institute of Harvard University. Ms. Chanel Justice, I would like to give you the floor to start our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for contributing so many interesting essays and on such a breadth of topics. I know we'll be short on time, so I'll just jump right in. I'll be introducing the panelists as we go along, and our first panelist today is Darya Danik.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And I am really thankful for this opportunity to take part in this amazing academic forum. And I want to present my ideas on the restoration of Crimea in culture, language, and historical memory, and also the role of Ukrainians in this aspect. So first of all, I have to start with the law. And according to the law on indigenous peoples of Ukraine, the Crimean Tatars, Karaites, and Krimchaks are indigenous peoples which were formed on the territory of Crimean Peninsula. But if we talk about the problems, the first problem here is that Crimean Tatars do not have their own actual state. But as we can see now, they see themselves as a part of Ukraine, and they can see themselves to develop in the Ukrainian context. So the first issue and the first important aspect is their language, because I see the language as the self-identifier of nation, as the most important part of the nation's background, of the nature's culture. And I have to say here that language is always at stake. And that's why, in my opinion, the Crimean Tatar language is necessary to study in schools throughout the Crimean Peninsula. And this training should be done from the primary school, throughout the throughout the high school, while learning the Crimean Tatar history and literature, also in the Crimean Tatar language. I think that it is compulsory for everyone on the Crimean Peninsula, because according to the Atlas of Endangered Languages published by UNESCO a few years ago, this language is considered as a severely endangered one. So we have to create the mechanisms for the Crimean language to develop and actually to restore and to be used on the territory of Crimean Peninsula. If we talk about the university, of course, it may depend on the educational programs, but it is also necessary to create and develop the courses to study the Crimean Tatar language and to encourage its study for non-native speakers. And I would like to mention the professor Svetlana Kuzmina from Tavrian University, and she suggested also to restore the status of the Tavria University before the deoccupation of Crimea. Before 2014, this university was based on Crimean Peninsula, but now it is based in Kiev. So right now we have to work to advertise this university, to encourage students to enter this university and to actually learn the Crimean Tatar language, history, and culture. Because according to the statistics, right now only 15 students and only 3 professors, 15 students are learning it and 3 professors are teaching it. Also, I think that this university can become a good basic institution to provide our society with good scientists, with good scholars who will profoundly and deeply analyze the issues, considering the Crimean Tatars, their language, culture, and their also legal and economic integration in Ukraine. If we talk about the role of Ukrainians in this process, I think we have to actively participate because Ukraine sees Crimea as its inalienable part. And if we talk about this aspect, we have to ensure that the Crimean Tatar culture is studied in the Ukrainian schools, and that's why we have to work on to development of the councils, on the working groups in the Ministry of Education and Science in Ukraine, which would work for the expandance of learning hours of Crimean Tatar history, which would work towards the expanding of the Crimean Tatar literature in the aspect of Ukrainian schools. Also, I think that it is very important to strengthen the cultural ties, first of all, because we can strengthen the legal ties, the economic ties, but without culture, the Crimean Tatars will not feel a part of Ukrainian society, and we will feel that Crimean Tatars are something non-native to us. So I think it's very important also to do a profound scientific work, profound scholars work, if I can say like that. If we talk about studying of Crimean Tatars issues abroad, we have a lot of universities which study the Ukrainian issues, the Ukrainian studies, and we also have to ensure that the Crimean Tatars history is studied over there, and our maybe government, maybe the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine has to ensure that the considerable amount of time is granted for the analysis of Crimean Tatar aspect in the aspect of Ukrainian state. Also, we have to talk about some non-governmental organizations. We have the Ukrainian Institute, whose primary purpose is to improve the understanding and recognition of Ukraine among foreign audiences. But I think that in this institute, we can create the Crimean Tatars group, a mission or council, which will be also a primary mechanism for popularization and for development of Crimean Tatar place on first of all national level, and after that on the international level. But I think that it's very important first of all to work with younger generation and to educate people, because we need to apply and to develop so-called good propaganda, which would be aimed to solve many stereotypes and problems associated with Crimean Tatars, because we can say that before 2014, when people were traveling to Crimea, they were not traveling to see the Crimea's culture, to meet the traditions. They were just traveling there because people traveled there during the Soviet Union. It was some kind of a place where people had their holiday. And if you would ask people about, for example, the architecture, they would say the Vorontsov Palace, but not the Khan's Palace in Bakhchisarai, which is a very important architecture building for the Crimean Tatars. The education in this issue, I can say that is the most important aspect, because without education and without eradication of these pro-Russian motives and imperialism motives and Russian propaganda from our minds, we cannot work with integration of Crimea in the Ukraine and vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we open the floor for questions now? Okay.
Yes, great.
Super. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, of course, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for her input. But I have a question because you mentioned a lot such constructions, such grammatical constructions. It has to or have to. We have to integrate. We have to create a good propaganda, like good type of propaganda. We have to do this and that, and of course we should, because it seems like something really empathetical and basic. Like you have this minority and you have this group, and as a group in power you have to help them out. But then again, why do we have to do this? Like how can we, like what cultural profit do we get from that? How can we integrate this? Like how can we use, and what narratives exactly, what narratives of about Kremlin and from Kremlin and for Kremlin can we use in order to maybe strengthen our understanding of ourselves as well? Because I think that this contribution should not be one-sided. I think that it is a communication, a dialogue. And in your speech, I could only see this one side promoting and one side being the object of promotion.
Yes, thank you for your question. I don't, I only, just 1 second. Okay, if you talk about promotion, I don't think that I didn't do anything with the Crimean Tatars aspect in this place. For example, if you talk about education, for example, Ukrainian language, Ukrainian history, it's very important for Ukrainian language to be started in schools, in universities, and this language should be, will be, of course, studied there according to our Ukrainian laws. So I don't think that, I think that Crimean Tatars and we have a lot of similarities. Even if we look throughout the literature, some history aspects, we can trace a lot of similarities. For example, the first one is our strive for freedom, and the second one is our fight against Russia, Russian imperialism, Russian Empire, and USSR. So I think that we as society contribute from this, because for a long period of time, we Ukrainians, we also had a lot of problems with our understanding of us being Ukrainians, not being Malorus or being something which is some kind of neo-Russians. I think it also, if you talk not about only cultural things, we can also talk about economical stuff, because, for example, in Kiev, there is a Crimean Tatar restaurant, and we can see how it easily integrates with the Ukrainian culture, within the Ukrainian picture of Ukraine being a multinational state, because we all know that there are a lot of nations living in Ukraine, and we, with the help of this, we can integrate. Of course, we can help Crimean Tatars to integrate. We can also help the Ukrainians to get rid of pro-Russian Ukrainians on that side, because there will be a lot of work done with the heads, with the ideas of people. And of course, this contribution should be two-sided, because if it wouldn't be two-sided, then we can see that what would happen, the Crimea was annexed, because we didn't pay enough attention to the Ukrainian aspect in Crimea, and Crimea didn't pay attention to our aspect also on that territory. So that's why I think that this communication and dialogue, it is on, I think it is on the very high level, because there is also created a lot of governmental institution on the territory of Ukraine. For example, the Office of Crimea platform, the Office of Reintegration of Crimea, and we should have the activists, Crimean Tatar activists and Crimean Tatar famous people, for example, Mustafa Jamiev, who will take an active part in all this process, because as we now can understand that Crimean Tatars are very similar to Ukrainians. Of course, they have different religions, maybe they have different views on their life, but in most places we have one common enemy, and that can be one of the things that can unite us for the further future and successful development. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take a question from Greta Euling.
Yes, thank you so much for this really thought-provoking presentation. I really appreciated your ideas, and I have sort of one point of clarification for you and one question. The clarification would have to do with, you placed an emphasis on language learning and mentioned that there's actually very few teachers of Crimean Tatar language. And I wonder what your ideas about ramping up so that there are sufficient cadres to teach the number of students that you're proposing learn Crimean Tatar, right? Because that's it's an ambitious undertaking. And obviously you need the qualified faculty member with quality texts in order to do that in a really sustainable and high quality way. So that was my first qualification, my just point of clarification, how you envision that. And then the second question has to do with, since this is an ambitious proposal, how would it be funded? Like, where would the funds for paying these teachers, training these teachers, putting out these textbooks, educating the young Ukrainians, the good propaganda, where would that funding come from?
Thank you for the question. Of course, I see this funding coming, first of all, from the Ukrainian government. But second of all, this can be funded throughout some intergovernmental organizations, throughout some presenting of the issue to the international community, getting some grants to implement these policies on the territory of Ukraine, because I think that our, I can't say the issue, maybe it's a situation around the Crimean Tatars and about the problem with their language learning, their teaching, is something the society, the world society witnessed before, but we can implement this and show the world that every nation can learn its language and can coexist peacefully with another nation on its territory, and that you shouldn't ban this language purpose. The funding is a very important question because most of the time when you have a really nice project, you lack money to implement it. But I think that if we talk about the implementation of this project, it's, for example, in Tavria University, which can qualify as the teachers, the staff, which can provide the scholars to review the history of Crimean Tatar and to get rid of the Russian motives from this history. Most of this work at first time can be done like volunteers because we as Ukrainians, we do a lot of stuff as volunteers, because if we want to change something, for example, we have to introduce it to society. And when after we introduce it to society, when it is deeply analyzed, we can introduce it to the higher levels. But of course, the Ministry of Science and Education of Ukraine, it has to take a huge part in this process, because first of all, it's very important for the Crimean Tatars it's very important to ensure them the right to teach and to learn their own language, because throughout the history, their language was always banned. And we as Ukrainians, we can understand this similarity. So I think even the young Crimean Tatars who are right now living on the territory of Ukraine, they can do some courses, for example, at first time, and then it can be done in much larger ways, because I think that all of this, it's really like an ambitious plan, but all of this have to start from on like one place. You can take one school, you can test out their methods, how to learn it, because it's a non-native language and it's very different from the Ukrainian. So you have you really have to find an interesting technique to grab the people's interest in learning it. But I think that this project is very important to nation as a whole, because if we want the Crimean Tatars to feel like they're at home as a part of Crimea, as a part of Ukraine, we should do all of these steps in order to make their life on the Crimean Peninsula and in Ukraine easier. So I think that firstly, it can be done like on small size. For example, some schools can do that, but after we can present it to the community and national and maybe worldwide and get some funds. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I think to keep on time, we'll go ahead and move to the next participant. So I'll remind you that we should allow around 10 to 12 minutes for the presentation and discussion. So our next presenter is Anastasia Pavlenko. No, I'm so sorry. It's Liya Motrechko. Excuse me, I jumped a name. So Liya, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. So I'm going to start. In my essay, I decided to focus specifically on the revival of the Crimean Tatar language. I think that it's the most important task for our nation, for Crimean Tatars, and we should start thinking about it even before the occupation of Crimea. Why? First of all, because UNESCO ranked Crimean Tatar language among the languages under serious threat of extinction. And this is the result of a long-term Russian occupation of Crimea, accompanied by a ban on the study of the language in schools, by a ban of our newspapers, theaters, radio, etc. As we can see, together with destroying indigenous people of Crimea, Russians aim to destroy their language too, and replace it with Russian, a foreign language for us. It was an easiest way to change the history. So my point is that what Russians are trying to destroy in the first place, language we should defend the most. Many people would say that it's impossible to go back to those times when Crimean Tatar language was heard in every corner of Crimea. But I can say that it's possible and we can achieve it. And Jews set us a great example because they were able to revive their language after almost 2,000 years of extinction. And I think that their methods could help us to reach the same result. So the first person who raised the idea of the revival of Hebrew was Eliezer ben Yehuda. He understood that the main and the only condition of the restoration of the Hebrew will be ensured only if a new generation speaks Hebrew freely. This is why he paid a great attention to the education of the youth and created the world's first Hebrew school. Obviously, in order for Crimean Tatar language to continue its existence and not to stop in its development, it must first of all occupy a special place in the education system. It's necessary to make its study mandatory and accessible for in educational institutions in Crimea, so the children know their real language and pass it on to other generations. Along with teaching the youth, Ben Yehuda sought to captivate adults with his ideas. He began publishing newspapers, which were aimed at educating adults. Also, he began covering in his newspapers everything of interest to country's residents, including events abroad, weather, fashion, etc. He believed that inexpensive newspapers would convince people that they could express all their thoughts in Hebrew and encourage them to speak it. Following the Jewish example, one of the main tasks of our language policy in Crimea should also be the creation of various types of mass media in Crimean Tatar language, which is now prohibited on the peninsula. For example, the Crimean Tatar press, radio, television, cinema, etc. As well as the fastest popularization through the mass media of Crimean Tatar culture in order to interest other nations to learn our language. Because the biggest problem we face right now is the ignorance of the majority of people about Crimean Tatars and their culture. So to spread the awareness, we can also use the social media such as Instagram or TikTok, and where we can share our culture, for example, songs or dances. We can share even our knowledges in language and historical facts. I'm sure that it will work out because I have experience in that field. For example, I'm talking about Crimean Tatars on different networks for young people, and like many Ukrainians and people of other nations, they expressed their interest in language, in Crimean Tatar language, after learning something about our nation, after learning something interesting, for example, our traditional dances or songs, because in the most cases, culture, it is what interests people the most. So I think we need more Crimean Tatar bloggers that will share their culture with other people, not only maybe with Ukrainians, but also with a foreign audience. So another idea which we can borrow from Jews is the creation of a Jewish-like intensive language learning course for people of all ages. Ulpan, this is how this Jewish course calls. Jews arriving to Israel, literally off the plane, they got into Ulpan and started studying this language. It's impossible to revive Crimean Tatar language without such courses, language courses. So it's necessary to make sure that there are no problems with language learning. And for this, it's necessary to create more modern dictionaries, language learning apps, and books. I would say that the revival of the Hebrew language is a story of willpower. The Jews didn't give up, and now their language is an official language of an Israel state. And there are millions of people whose language Hebrew is like native. So it's necessary to be a strong voice of your culture, your language, to declare yourself to the world and fight for your people. So I hope that when we revive Crimean Tatar language in Crimea, Crimea will flourish and come alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll open up to questions again. Does anybody want to begin? I mean, I think personally, I would just quickly say, I think the Hebrew comparison is interesting. I wonder if in that case there was more institutional support than currently exists for Crimean Tatar. So the question, I think, is how do you create the institutional support, global institutional support, right? I think that's also key in the case of Hebrew, is that you don't just have support within this newly created Israeli state. Like, not just a desire of people to learn the language, but as we spoke about in the last conversation, the teachers, the textbooks, right, the actual funding, but also interest from the global community in order to preserve that language and culture and way of life, right? Not just from Ukraine, but from the rest of the world.
From foreigners, like how can we popularize our culture, for example, so that other people, for example, our nation could also learn Crimean Tatar?
Yeah.
So I think that like Crimean Tatars, they can give like many interviews to many popular like newspapers or maybe even TV shows. Because, for example, I gave a lot to international international interviews. For example, I'm living in Spain and I've talked about Crimean Tatar culture, Crimean Tatar language, and also about the situation right now in Crimea, about repressions of Crimean Tatars. I talk about this on Spanish TV and also on Spanish newspapers. So people, they found out about the existence of Crimean Tatar, because in general, foreigners, they even don't know that like nation like this exists. So this one, I think.
Yeah, excellent. Greta, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, thank you so much for this really excellent set of ideas. I really like your emphasis on language learning being inclusive of TV, radio, as well as apps and dictionaries and TikToks. I like that sort of full spectrum approach to the learning of language. I think that that's excellent. And I guess it seemed like you were you mentioned an intensive language immersion type of experience for learning Crimean Tatar. And I'm wondering if you could say a few more words about what that really entails, what it looks like, what it would require of an individual. You mentioned they get off the bus, at the airport, and they immediately go into this program. But in the United States, that's sort of done in a way where, everyday life is suddenly in the language that they're learning, right? But it's a big commitment on the part of the individual who has to, disentangle themselves from their habitual daily life in order to like, embark on that learning process. So I just wanted to hear from you how you envision that process.
Like a process of different courses.
Immersion. You use that like intensive. You use the word intensive language.
Intensive language courses.
Intensive. Yeah. How do you do intensive?
Like intensive
in today's busy world.
Like in Jewish example, like it's very difficult because you can't even go outside without without studying this course. Like people lived in like residence where Jews teach their language to other people. For example, you live there and you talk with people there, and so on. But in case with Crimean Tatar language, it's not obligatory. Like we can just create some courses because there is a lack of courses right now, and so we also face here the problem with lack of teachers of Crimean Tatar. So it will be very difficult, but I think that we can overcome it because, like, for example, when Jewish language, like Jews wanted to teach Jewish, like Hebrew language to others, they faced the same problem. There were many teachers that weren't native speakers of Hebrew. And now we have the same problem, like there are few native speakers of Crimean Tatar. But for example, we can like create courses that will be financed by government. Like one intensive course for people of all ages.
Thank you so much for those answers. I think we should move on to our next participant, which is Anastasia Pavlenko. So thank you, Liya, and I'll turn the floor over to Anastasia. Thank you.
Okay, so give me just a few seconds because I need to launch a presentation. Tell me if you see what's going on the screen. Oh, oops, some spoilers alerts. Okay, so
Yes.
Can you see what is happening on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So welcome everyone. My name is Asya, and today, although we are present at a Crimea Academic Forum, I will speak as a Ukrainian because my experience of Crimean Academy comes from being Ukrainian. Still, I believe that both Ukrainians and Kremli, as different as we are in some aspects, share a struggle of finding ourselves through culture because here we encounter trauma, this wound between the past and the future. Through repressions, executions, and appropriation, Russia and the USSR deprived Ukrainians and Kremli of their autonomy so that in times of independence, we found ourselves dissociated and lost between identities. And to heal means to reshape our identities and to perform power in erasing them. And that can happen through reclaiming cultural heritage. So at the core of this speech, I argue that different types of heritage represent different types of autonomy, cultural and spatial. On the level of meaning, communities need art as a proof of their existence and values. For Ukrainians and Kremli, Russia has taken for itself many of their prominent figures or has erased them from the artistic vision of other countries. If you don't have a sovereign state, then you don't have the right to the complex expression of culture. This is the base of the imperial mindset. That's why now both Ukrainians and Kremli face a fight for returning their presence in the world's cultural legacy. For us, it was a fight for renaming Degas as Russian dances into Ukrainian dances. For Crimea, broadly known as artists such as Quinji or Ivazovsky, who actually grew up in the area, became a part of Russian culture. Nevertheless, their representation of Crimean landscapes has little to do with the Russian view. Their view is full of tenderness and love for their home, not for the exotic one the dominant culture would exploit. However, this is not only our pride and sense of self at stake, because unfortunately for the Western community, the visibility of one's culture through high art is all about reputation. If Ivazovsky chose Crimea as an object and a co-creator of his artwork, the same as Degas did with Ukrainian dances, they deserve attention and, more importantly, protection. The visibility of our narratives guarantees us the right to exist on the one hand, and the opportunity to connect with other nations on the other. When we describe the struggle and support it with a widely known image, we appeal to the universal vocabulary and let others adapt the experience for themselves. Thus, we form a bond. We communicate both on the inside and on the outside who we were, are, and will be. As for my second example, I based it on the metaphor of architecture as a body. It has more concreteness because when your body or home is in danger, the abstraction and creativity turn into survival. It makes it 10 times harder for culture to come into renaissance when its abuser still violates its imaginable and physical bodies. In Ukraine, after the next air siren, one's home can be ruined by a missile. The citizens have to flee and tear themselves apart from home. But in our public discussion, there is already a place for the future. We have a chance to think about our reconstruction. But the Crimean architectural body suffers from occupation. Russians live in their houses that don't belong to them, and recently have put a crack on the Hans Palace wall under the claims of restoration. It means that the abuser is still there, and he isolates the victim from getting any help. So in the result, Kremlin, like Ukrainians, face a double challenge because their spatial autonomy isn't reachable for now. And so the only shield they have is representing their values in art without performing those values within safe spaces of home. Therapy works the other way around. As we know, and so Ukraine as a group in power has a difficult task of playing two roles at the same time. The role of a vulnerable one and still the one in the power to help. Without Kremlin, however, it would make no sense. We're in this together, and so we're bound to compare, to emphasize, and to return a means for healing together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darya, why don't you start us off with a question?
Yeah, thank you. So my question is, so basically we all know that the culture plays a vital and very important role in the existence and development of any nation, as you mentioned, and I think everyone agrees with that. But we were also aware that the occupation government forcefully removes the artifacts, the works of art from the Crimean Peninsula and just basically ships them and takes them to Russia. But how do you see the process of getting all of these works of arts back, and how do you think, how much time will it take for us and for Crimean Tatars to get all of these cultural items back to our homeland? Thank you.
Okay, so, well, I would say that we also have the same question to ask for ourselves, because still a really, really huge amount of our cultural heritage stays in Russia. And we still have no idea when we are to return them, because for that we have to cross the border. We have to, exchange. We have to see Russia be weakened as a state, because as long as they pretend at least that they are power, they will use both our cultural heritage and the cultural heritage of Kremlin to claim their dominance, to claim that they are still here, they are still this empire that actually holds our past and our identity hostage. So it's not until we are settled with such a really physical and geographical borders and contracts and relationships with Russia, because this comes first, unfortunately. Culture is a lot about theory, so we only can take it as some sort of psychotherapy, as some sort to understand what is going right now with us, to see the diagnosis, I would say, to help ourselves. But when it comes to such things, we don't even see British museums returning some of their artifacts to the former colonies. So we are not the only ones in here. We have a lot of context to share, but it's not until Russia is weakened as a state and until we have the last saying of a winner in this war.
Other questions? Yeah, Greta, please.
Yes, thank you so much for this innovative presentation. I was really happy to see your use of high visual art in your presentation. And I was hoping that you might be able to link those works of art back to what the other presenters were talking about in terms of negative stereotypes. So we had the Ayazovsky we had the picture of the painting of Degas. And I'm wondering if you see those as at all effective in working against some of the working towards, I guess we could say, like the cultural healing of associations with Crimea and Crimean Tatars, and how that would, how high art would translate into sort of the, the ordinary Ukrainian or European's psyche in terms of doing that work?
First of all, I think that high art is already in our psyche because that's what we're taught in schools. We have, for example, even in our primary education, in our secondary schools, we have this discipline about world art. So it means that at least for those names are already famous, and they are already part of our vision, of our mindset, and of our psyche, actually. And that is why it was and it will be so important for us, at least for Ukrainians, to reclaim. That is why the fight for Ukrainian dances of Degas was so intense, because it really helps, because for all the marginalized groups, it actually it is a synonym. It's a synonym of saying we are here. We're not going anywhere. We were here, and the fact that we were here actually allows us to stay, and to flourish, and to exist. It is, I would say, I don't remember how this word is in English. It is when the victim is speaking about the abuse, not the confess, but I don't remember. But actually, we're just given this narrative, and we're as victims claiming our presence in this. What
you see it in another language?
Свідчення. Does someone know?
Testimonies?
Yes, it is a testament. High art is one form of the testament. And I think that, especially sometimes in therapy, working with PTSD, we are using art. It's not high art, but it is art. So for us, it is a testament. And what concerns the stereotypes, it's really interesting, because when you, at first glance, Degas is showing us this pastoral, this rural image of Ukraine, and we are used to thinking that this was how the USSR blamed us for not being urban enough, innovative enough. So we're kind of afraid of this rural image. And then for the landscapes of Crimea, it is interesting that there are no people, and that is how we can see this stereotypical side of the work. We can criticize them, because in the landscapes of Ivazovsky or Krinji, there are no people. It is only a landscape. And in the picture and the painting of Degas, it is a rural Ukraine. But I think that at least they don't do damage. They are just setting this foundation that we, as a group that is pictured here and is represented here, can explore and support with the text and with our existence as well.
Thank you so much. There's so much to think about from this perspective. We're clearly going to go over time, but I think that's just a testament to how really rich all of these essays are. So let's go ahead and turn it over to our next speaker, who is Valery Filenko. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'd like to start with that thing that today, although the Crimean Tatar language is declared to be one of the official languages in the occupied Crimea, this plural features just like Ukrainian. According to Russia data, less than 3% children studied in Crimea Tatar language, while almost 90 hundreds of people studied in Russian. To solve the problem, time is needed, and even more concrete, decisive efforts to support the reintegration of Crimea and the development of the Crimean Tatar language. An example of such initiatives is a strategy for the development of the Crimean Tatar language for 2022-2032, which provides, among other things, for the establishment of a special commission to ensure the integrity coordination. And in my opinion, this commission must include representatives of Crimean Tatar people, because every opinion should be heard and every person's attitude should be taken into account. And first of all, after the deoccupation of the peninsula, it's necessary to get rid of all Russia as a language of education, to ensure the full use of the state Ukrainian language, and to create conditions for the comprehensive development and widespread use of the Crimean Tatar language. I believe that parents should be allowed to choose the language of education, Ukrainian or Crimean Tatar, for their children, as well as students should be allowed to choose the language of education in their universities. However, regardless of the language of instruction, the curriculum should be the same. And moreover, should be developed and approved additional disciplines and lessons to cover the topic of Crimea, for instance, history of Crimea, Crimea in wall art, and etc. Such subjects should be taught at school, colleges, universities, not only in the Crimea Peninsula, but also all in the mainland Ukraine. All Ukrainian youth should study and know Crimea much deeper than is being studied now. And also, we must remember that the Crimean Tatar language, as it was said before, due to the constant bans and extermination, forced classification of the population, is now among the dying languages. We cannot turn back time, but we can provide this language with a decent future. And only by creating effective ways to promote the Crimean Tatar language, providing free and easy permanent state access to its learning, the Crimean Tatars will really be able to regain the right to speak their native language, not only in everyday life, but also in any sphere of activity. They will be able to get what they have been deprived of since 1944 at least. And to add more, in the middle of the last century, during the war and post-war years, there were a massive renamings of settlements in the peninsula. They are mainly of Crimean Tatar origin, but after the deportation of 1944, more than 1,300 cities, villages, settlements of Crimea took Russian names, losing their authenticity. And in 2016, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine adopted a resolution of the renaming of some settlements. The Crimean Tatar toponymy returned, and as a result, only 70 settlements and 5 districts were renamed. All other cities and villages remained after the bitter invisible yoke of the totalitarian regime. After the deoccupation of the Crimean Peninsula, the returning of authentic names should be not forgotten. It's necessary to return the original names to the settlements from which the Crimeans were relocated. It's necessary to improve the resolution of 2016 or adopt a new one that would be wider and cover all other settlements. And it's not only about the problems mentioned earlier, it's all about the revival of entire culture and historical heritage of the Crimean Tatars. It's extremely important to debunk all the myths, all the manipulations and lies that Crimeans have suffered from so long. So the media and youth agencies should promote the history of Crimea through all possible channels, for example, create specific programs, talk shows, radio podcasts, and so on. And from NGOs, different projects, forums, conferences aimed at different audiences should be launched. Moreover, it's essential to start a different educational website, platform, courses, and other resources. So the most important thing for the activity is to create permanent, easy access, not only for Crimeans, but for all Ukrainians. We should not forget about mass events dedicated to the culture on the peninsula, such as theater, opera performances, exhibitions in museums, galleries. Together with the educational and social activities described earlier, culture and educational activities will be particularly effective. And special attention should be paid to the issue of returning works of art that historically belonged to the peninsula and which the occupiers robbed from Crimea to the territory of the Russian Federation. Why is it important? Art has always been and will be a component of self-identification of the people, which diversifies its culture, distinguishes it from all others. The Crimean Tatars have always had a distinctive, unique culture heritage, national costumes, songs, traditions, and so on. Ukraine just cannot lose that part of national identity of such an important people for us. So to sum up, we must remember that every step towards the reintegration of Crimea is important, even the smallest and seemingly insignificant. Nevertheless, it should be our strategy after the deoccupation of the peninsula to move confidently with a clear plan towards the revival of Crimea in all aspects. Our strength is that we are together, and since the beginning of a full-scale invasion, Ukraine has not ceased to show the world the power of our unity, and therefore we will be able to show it again by returning Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Greta, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for your very comprehensive presentation. My question for you has to do with, you spoke about returning the ancient toponyms to Crimea, and my question is about the alphabet. In what alphabet do you think those road signs, settlement signs should be? Should they be in Cyrillic, the Latin? What alphabet would you choose for your proposal, and why?
I think Crimea is, of course, an autonomical state, but we must remember that the part of Ukraine had always been, not always, you understand. And I think that should be in Ukrainian alphabets, Ukrainian names, but of course it's Crimea toponymies, but we must remember that it's part of Ukraine, so it's important to like spread it not only for Crimean Tatars. It must be like double side activities to revive Crimea in Ukraine and to revive Ukraine in Crimea. So I think it would be a good way to in Ukrainian alphabet.
Do you have so I was thinking toponyms like city names or village names, but do you also see roads, smaller, like that's a lot of names that would have to be changed, right? That's a very large scale of renaming, creating new signs. Do you think that it's important to rename everything, or is there a way to focus just on, would you recommend focusing just on city names or something kind of larger picture, if that makes sense?
I think that after the deoccupation, after we turned back Crimea, we have enough time to rename all, not all, but all communist Russia names. I think it could be renamed all. Others, I think we have enough time to rename others and turn back our original names. So I think we have time enough for this.
Excellent. I like that. All right. Again, short on time, so we'll go ahead and move to our next speaker. Thank you so much for that conversation. And our next speaker is Bohdana Chernyak.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to present my speech today. So let me start. Millet, Vatan, Krim, a slogan that is filled with the warmth of the southern coast of Crimea, the grandeur of its mountains, and the long melody of the Kaval or Zurna. This slogan embodied the love of Crimean Tatars for their home and their people. Culture is a component that in fact forms the nation. It distinguishes a certain ethnic groups from others and contributes to its self-identification. After the occupation of Crimea by Russia, the occupiers put a lot of effort into destroying the cultural heritage. Therefore, it is important for Ukraine after the deoccupation of the peninsula to pursue a powerful cultural policy in order to preserve the spiritual heritage of the peninsula. I want to start my speech with the language issue. The Crimean Tatar and Karaite language are officially recognized as being on the verge of extinction. This is a result of decades of persecution of the indigenous peoples of Crimea. These languages need special protection from the state. That is why the state should implement measures aimed at developing languages at the deoccupied territory. Among them, I want to outline next: opening of schools and kindergartens with the Crimean Tatar and Karaite languages of instruction throughout the territory of Crimea, promotion of the spread of the mentioned languages on the media space, facilitating the study of literary works and also representing the indigenous peoples of Crimea in the original language, implementation of the study of the Crimean Tatar and Karaite language as mandatory for language study in schools with the Ukrainian language of instruction. Equally important, in my opinion, it will be the creation of Crimean Tatar and Karaim language courses for adults and children on the whole territory of Ukraine, encouraging their attendance. As an example, I can cite similar courses that took place in the Crimean House in Kiev. Now I want to pass over to the issue of the authentic toponyms in Crimea. According to Sergei Hrumenko, an expert of the National Institute of Historical Memory, after the deportation in 1944, 80% of the original toponyms disappeared from Crimea. This is a stolen history and memory of people. For example, to the east of Simferopol, there is a city called Bilohirsk. It is the district center and has at first glance an ordinary name. However, it is no way related with the original inhabitants of the city, the Crimean Tatars, since it does not even come from their language. However, as soon as we lift the veil of the past, we learn that the real name of the city is Karasu Bazar, which actually means market on Karasu. Firstly, the toponym has Crimean Tatar roots, both philologically and historically. And secondly, it is quite logical. During the time of the Crimean Khaganate, Karasu Bazar was the capital of the state for some time, so it's not surprising that trade was developed there, which is why the city got its name. In addition, among non-obvious but very important arguments for renaming, I can name such an effective thing as tourist marketing. Authentic names will become more attractive to tourists, and they will be embodied with the flavor of the peninsula. The change of toponyms, in my opinion, should be accompanied by decommunization and derussification of the names of streets, squares, and avenues. They should, first of all, bear the name of the Crimean Tatar, Chernyak, Karaite, and Ukrainian heroes and outstanding people who contribute to the development of the peninsula and the state. It is also possible to implement a practice that is quite popular in Poland, for example, in Warsaw. On the street that bears the name of a certain figure of history, science, culture, etc., there is a plaque with short biography of this person. Now I want to pass to the next topic. A fair history is really important because it is one of the foundations of democracy. Ukraine's role in restoring historical justice in Crimea is to document, if possible, the evidence of the events taking place in the peninsula, for example, the persecution of Crimean Tatars, the ban of the literature, of the language, and so on, and to disseminate this evidence. Equally important is the struggle on the information front. Counter-propaganda measures and educational projects on media literacy on the whole territory of Ukraine are the tools that should be implemented in our state to prevent the spread of the distorted perception of the people people of Crimea in Ukraine. For example, project Stop Fake was very successful in such sphere. So I think that our state can just cooperate with authors of that project. The word community should also be introduced to the peninsula's cultural diversity. First of all, through social networks. Currently, bloggers, mostly of Crimean Tatar origin, are gaining popularity on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and so on. They use appropriate content to interest and inform the audience about their native language, traditions, customs. Their involvement in the creation of a unique brand of Crimea, the concept of which may be similar to the Ukraine Now project concept, which was quite successful, as in Ukraine as well as abroad. It will also contribute to improvement of awareness of both Ukrainians and foreigners about the peninsula. No less important, with the holding of foreign thematics event at the initiative of Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Foreign Affairs in cooperation with the Middle East of Crimean Tatars and public organizations. For example, different cultural celebrations of Crimean Tatars holidays in other states to show the foreigners the culture of Crimean Tatars. And the last but not the least is the issue of cultural heritage, literature, music, and so on. Literature, music, choreography, and applied art are a significant part of the tangible and intangible heritage of the nation. And among the indigenous peoples of Crimea, this heritage is quite rich. In order to prevent its loss due to the long-term ban by occupants, Ukraine should implement measures to support it. Among them, I would like to highlight first the inclusion of the works of Crimean Tatars, Chernyak, and Karaites school and Karaites nations, in the school curriculum of literature, art, and so on. Also to support scientific research where literary, musical, and other works of art of Crimean authors will be the object of research. Then a training of teachers of the Crimean Tatar Karaim languages, cultural experts, and history teachers, those people who with their knowledge and educational activities will be able to contribute and to share the idea of restoration, consolidation, and multiplication of the cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples of Crimea. And the last but not the least is the struggle to return the stolen masterpieces of art which are now placed in Russia through legal processes, international legal processes, and so on. So, underlining the above, I want to say the following. Culture is one of the main components of a people's self-identification. Its preservation is an investment in the future of the nation and in its development as a nation. In conditions when the language, tangible or intangible cultural heritage of the people is under threat, it is necessary to take measures aimed at preserving its historical heritage and its multiplication. It will not be possible to delay the solution of cultural and historical issue in the same way as we cannot delay the legal or economic issues. A strategy for achieving goals must already be developed and implemented because now time flies by at an incredible speed. And more effectively we use it, the better the result will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive. Yes, let's go with Greta for the first question.
Yeah, so you mentioned that culture is part of an investment in the future. And so I'm really curious about when you talked about, historical figures being named in the landscape, what historical periods do you think are most important? Are you thinking of like the Maidan, or perhaps from the deoccupation, or the 1917 revolution? Like, what historical periods do you feel are the most important to commemorate in the landscape? So that is my first question. Which historical periods and figures? And then my other question has to do with asking you for just a little bit more specificity with regard to making Crimean Tatar literary works the subject of study. Which ones would you choose in that curriculum? Can you name just perhaps several that you feel would be good candidates for study? Or maybe even just one.
Okay, so I would like to start with the first question, which is about the figures and historical periods. In the context of Crimean Tatar heroes and outstanding people, I think that it will be people of those who were activists during the deportation process. From 1944 till the gaining of Ukraine, the independence, because there were a lot of people who were struggling for protection of rights of the indigenous peoples of Crimea. So first of them. Also those who were fighting for Ukrainians' independence and for Crimea during the Maidan, and also of those historical figures who were like centuries ago and who were also outstanding people who contributed to art, to history, to literature, and so on. If we speak about Ukrainians who also shall be mentioned on the peninsula, I think that, again, all those who were struggling for Ukraine, who were fighting for Ukraine during the periods of the Kazakh state, during the Ukrainian National Republic in 1918, and of the previous events of Ukrainian building its state. Also of those who were fighters for human rights during the Soviet Union, and of course those who contributed to the development of Ukraine during its time of independence, so nowadays. And if we speak about literature, I can name a lot of different novels, essays. For example, some of them can be used from the Crimean Injir. It's like it was a concourse, and the best essays, novels were collected. So some of that literary works can be used from this. I forgot the word, sorry, but maybe somebody can translate Zbirka. So
maybe the compilation collection.
Maybe yes, that's what I meant. Of course, it can be, for example, the book And the Day Was Born, which is also about the Crimean Tatar culture, the vision of the world. So there are a lot of lists of literature which is must read for everybody, and we can find a lot of in the internet. So after the analysis of this literature, I think that we will find a lot of works to present in the school curriculum. Also, if we speak about art, for example, as it was mentioned today, the works of Kuinji, of Aiwazowski also can be presented in this school curriculum.
Thank you. Very comprehensive answer too. And I think since that was a two-part question, we'll go ahead and move on to our final presenter so that we have enough time. So Valery Shemshur, you are next. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. And thank you very much for such an honor to take the floor and present my speech. So the issue of the Crimean Tatar language is very relevant, as UNESCO recognized it as a seriously endangered. Unfortunately, since 1991, the Crimean Tatar language was not supported and developed properly. On the 20th of March 2014, Ukraine recognized the Crimean Tatars as an indigenous people, which gave them the right to revive, use, develop, and pass on their language to their descendants. In total, Crimean Tatars make up 10.5% of the total population in Crimea, and only 3% of pupils study in the Crimean Tatar language. Currently, this right to study in the native language is violated by the occupation authorities in Crimea, as the number of schools and classes with the Crimean Tatar language of instruction is constantly decreasing. When Crimea is again under the control of Ukraine, the real state of affairs will be regarding the Crimean language in the education system, since Crimea is part of Ukraine, according to the Constitution of Ukraine and of Crimea as well. The state language is the Ukrainian language, with the free development, use, and protection of the languages of national minorities guaranteed. Article 7 of the Law on Education and Article 5 of the Law on Indigenous Peoples of Ukraine from 2021 guarantee the right of Crimean Tatars to study in preschool and school in the Crimean Tatar language. This can be done by creating separate classes or even by creating their own educational institutions. As for higher education, there is slightly different regulation. In institutions of professional and higher education, teaching is conducted in the state language. However, there is still an opportunity for indigenous people to study their native language as a separate discipline. I believe that our legislation strikes a balance, how to ensure the rights of the indigenous population to study in their native language and not harm the status of the state language. Considering that students will very soon become part of the working apparatus of Ukraine, or some are even already part of it, and pupils are still children who have not yet come into full contact with the public sector of Ukraine, the distinction in approaches to the language of instruction in these two educational institutions, which differ in terms of level, is justified and understandable. So after the mass deportation of the Crimean Tatars, several waves of geographical renaming were carried out by the Soviet authorities, due to which 80% of historical names disappeared. Tsarist Russia and later the Soviet government tried to use this effective method to erase the memory of the indigenous people. The return of historical names is another step in the fight against the Russian world, against the Soviet and Russian past in Crimea, against the attitude towards Crimean Tatars as something second-rate, as something inferior. The new Soviet names did not have a meaningful load. They were rather of a random nature and were simply invented with a similar sound. This is an act of contemptuous, perhaps even careless attitude towards the historical names of Crimean cities. Actually, in 2016, the law on decommunization was adopted in Ukraine, which renamed 75 toponyms, but there's an important point. The toponyms will return only after the complete liberation of Crimea. For many Crimean Tatars, this issue is really important, since for them it is about the rehabilitation of the deported people. This is a moral obligation to the Crimean Tatar people. To make the transition period smoother and maybe to avoid conflicts, we can have parallel names for a while, because there is such a practice in the world of the parallel existence of the names of cities in different languages. At the same time, Crimean Tatar symbolism and toponymy must not be secondary, but at least equal. The devaluation of Crimean Tatar culture can also be observed in Russia's policy of exporting the cultural heritage of Crimea, which now adorns the museums and libraries of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other cities. The Russian government became especially active after the annexation. Currently, the only mechanism for regulating this issue is soft law, UNESCO recommendations and resolutions, which call on the members of this organization not to carry out archaeological excavations in certain territories. Appropriations of Ukraine's cultural heritage in the occupied territory is also a threat to Ukraine's national security. It is also worth mentioning the story with the Scythian gold at the exhibition in Amsterdam in 2014. Russia demanded the return of the collection to Crimea, which had already been occupied by that time. But since UNESCO considers Crimea to be the territory of Ukraine, the objects of cultural heritage also belong to Ukraine. So they will be returned to Crimea, but only after the full liberation of it. It is impossible to allow the cultural heritage of Crimea to fall into the hands of a barbarian state that would just devalue and destroy it. It is extremely essential to popularize the historical truth about the Crimean Tatars in the Ukrainian national discourse, because the Russian information space spreads the controversy about supposedly primordially Russian territories and about the protection by of the Russian ethnic group in Crimea, so well manipulating people's ignorance of historical facts. For instance, the fact that in the 17th century in Crimea, there were only 95% of Crimean Tatars and 0% of Russians. And with the first occupation of Crimea by the Russian Empire in 1783, they began to populate the peninsula. 87% of Crimean Tatars and 4% of Russians appeared. But in 1944, after mass deportation to Central Asia and Siberia, 0% of Crimean Tatars remained, compared to 75% of Russians. That is precisely why the Russian government officially considers the Crimean Tatars as a national minority and continues to deny them as the titular people of Crimea, fearing that their myth of an original Russian land will be busted. By the fact, Ukraine and the EU recognize the Crimean Tatars as the indigenous people of Crimea. It so happened that the majority of Ukrainians are still not very familiar with the culture of the Crimean Tatars. Ignorance of one's history enables others to take advantage of it. filling the empty space in people's heads, for example, with Soviet myths and stereotypes about the Crimean Tatars. In them, the Crimean Tatars are shown in a negative light, which unfortunately has created a certain prejudice and even aggression towards them, especially among the older generation. For example, the fact that the Crimean Tatars are traitors and helped the Nazis is one of the key components of the standard Russian myth about primordially Russian Crimea. Accusing the Crimean Tatars of mass treason helps justify their deportation, and without justifying this crime, it is impossible to explain the total Russification it is making Russian of the peninsula. So rethinking the history and culture of Crimea will help convey how actually friendly our two peoples are despite the long and sometimes difficult relations. This will help to emphasize the similarities rather than differences. We have very similar traumas. We went through the path of national struggle quite similarly. We can find many songs of a sad philosophical mood in both countries and both cultures. For example, the Crimean Tatars had folk poet singers called asheki, and we had the same singers named kobzars. In Ukrainian folklore, there are borrowings from Turkish Tatar folk art, which confirms the closeness and longevity of our relations and cultures. Therefore, it matters for Ukraine to popularize Crimean Tatar culture, history, and language because we are one country and two close peoples. Crime is Ukraine. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Maybe we have time for one question or two questions. Yeah, so Darya and then Greta.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. Lera, do you think it is relevant to create an educational institution which should have educational programs in Crimean Tatar language and both in Ukrainian language to ensure a better qualification of scholars, teachers, some professionals in different spheres to study and analyze deeply every aspect of Crimea existence for the further development of Crimea? Or do you think it's a violation of law, or can we make an exception for the development of Crimean Tatar culture in this way? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And I would like to clarify some moments. Do you mean the creation of educational institutions for just Crimean Tatars or for both Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians? And the language of the study, that the language of the study will be in Tatar, Crimean, and in Ukrainian, or that the study process will be in Ukrainian with the Tatar, with the subject of learning Tatar language. Can you please clarify?
Oh, okay. I already forgot the first question, but I will answer the second question. So this educational institution will have some programs, for example, that will be connected to history, culture, traditions. Most of the aspects lessons will be studied in Crimean Tatar language to clarify the difference, and the other part will be studied in Ukrainian language. My question is kind of like, can we create an institution on the Crimean Peninsula which will both combine the Crimean Tatar language and the Ukrainian language for the Crimean Tatars to ensure this professional lack of professionals, and with the help of these universities they can for example, help more teachers to study this, and then they can ensure the further development of the language on the peninsula. Thank you.
Yes, and actually this opportunity to study in the native language is ensured and guaranteed by the legislation of Ukraine and by the constitution of the very Crimea. So if the the people of the indigenous population. It is the Crimean Tatars prefer to study, I emphasize to study at school in Crimean Tatar language. That will be all right, and that will not constitute a violation of the legislation.
Yeah, go ahead, Greta.
So my question has to do with precisely this issue of instruction in the language and of the language. Prior to the 2014 occupation of Crimea by Russian Federation, Crimean Tatar was a language of instruction in some schools in Crimea. And parents faced a dilemma at that point, which was there are only so many topics one can study, so many hours in the day. Should my child learn English so that they can perhaps have, advantages to their career advancement all over the world, or should they learn Crimean Tatar? And this was a dilemma for parents who very dearly wanted their child to speak in Crimean Tatar. So my question for you is, has anything changed since then? If so, what has changed? And how might parents resolve that dilemma if it comes up again for them?
Thank you very much for your question. Of course, the situation with the language changed due to the occupation and annexation of Crimean Peninsula. Now, the Ukrainian and the Crimean Tatar languages are both suppressed on the territory of Peninsula, and actually there is this right that parents can choose a language in which they want their children to study. They can choose Ukrainian, Russian, and Crimean Tatar, but actually, in fact, this right does not exist. This right is not realized. And unfortunately, now most of Crimean Tatars can study can study only in Russian at schools. And we all hope that after the full liberation of the Crimean Peninsula, the situation will be changed. And I can propose the variant that that after the full liberation of the Crimean Peninsula, we can propose, we can return back to the situation that was before 2014, and maybe just make it better. Maybe we can maybe we can grant the possibility and the opportunity to the parents to decide which language they want their children to study at, maybe like Crimean Tatar, Ukrainian, and it is just up to parents to decide this question. But this choice will be, in fact, and this choice will be realized in practice, and not like this is the situation now, that there is not such an option for parents.
Thank you so much. I think probably we should stop the conversation, although I think really there's so much really wonderful material and so many interesting suggestions from all the panelists. I'm really, I mean, just like the last panel was concluded, so impressed with all the different ideas that you've shared, the comparisons that you've drawn. So I really commend you on your work, and thank you so much for sharing it with all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Channel. Just to thank you for such an amazing moderation. And dear participants, thank you very much for your contributions and such a truly prolific discussion. You all did a great job. Honorable judges, also thank you for your time and participation. And with this, I would like to conclude the first Crimea Academic Forum. And on behalf of our entire team, I would like to thank all the participants, judges, and partners who have joined our event. I would like to express our gratitude to Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, and in particular to Ksenia Smirnova, Vice Rector for Education, for supporting our initiative and helping us throughout the whole process of preparation for the forum. Many thanks to the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the Office of the Crimea Platform that provided us with the organizational support, and to Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Union and USAID Ukraine for providing us with all necessary technical support and devices. The results of today's forum will be known tomorrow, and tomorrow we will find out who will get a chance to attend the first parliamentary summit of the Crimea Platform, which will be held in Zagreb in the end of October. This trip is particularly made possible by funding provided by International Partnership for Human Rights, Crimea SOS Organization, and Zagreb University. And finally, I really hope that this will not be the last event of the academic dimension of Crimea Platform, and that we all will continue our cooperation to achieve a common goal. Thank you all. Yeah, with this, I think we may finish our translation, and I wish you all a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.